Go into the fold and turn website layouts into an art form with Wix Studio. Create the grid you want. Go into the fold and turn website layouts into an art form with
Urban intellectual. Open your eyes. Urban intellectuals. Yeah. Check. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. Yo, you got the power in the palm of your hands. I mean, literally, 52 flashcards, all about black history. They focus on success and less about misery. Information is the missing piece. Are you familiar with Black Wall Street or the Haitian Revolution? How about Angela Davis or Huey Newton? Mark Dean helped create IBM. Richard Wright was a poet. Have you ever heard of him? Get familiar with your culture. Women like Evelyn Granville probably paid the way for Oprah. Trying to be fly like Miss Bessie Coleman or like James Baldwin. I could be a spokesman. Man, the power of the black fist. What you know about the 68 Olympics? Dick Gregory, yeah, he kept it realer than most. Dr. King was instilling the hope. Let's keep it going. Open your eyes.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to Sunday Dinner. Appreciate y'all being here and being on time, right? Grandma always appreciates your presence and enjoying the conversation. It's a must here today. So this is Sunday Dinner for September the 7th, 2015. 2015. Boy, I am in the I am living in the past, right? 2025, right? We literally 10 years after that. But I want to welcome everybody to Sunday Dinner as we start to fall in. I think the emails are starting to go out. I see the attendance is starting to pick up. Please email, text, or call your favorite cousin, right? To make sure that they are in the building and enjoy our conversation here this afternoon, right? All right, afternoon. Okay. I am in, I forgot what city outside of Oklahoma City. in Oklahoma, outside of Norman, Oklahoma. I went to a OU, Oklahoma University and versus University of Michigan football game yesterday, and it was fantastic. My best friend's son, nephew, right? My best friend's son plays for Oklahoma, so we Oklahoma fans right now, right? But playing against Michigan, that was tough, right? Because I am a true blue Wolverine fan. But when nephew's out there, we definitely not rooting for Michigan. So they got their butts whipped. Michigan got their butt whipped. But now we're rooting for Michigan the rest of the season because the better they do, the better it looks for Oklahoma. So, all right, I'm excited about that. But I'm still here. But I wanted to make sure I didn't want to try to fly today, so I can make sure that we can have our conversation today. And, grandma would have been upset with me anyway. But for those of you who are first timers, give me a one in the comments if you're a first timer. I believe all of my YouTube folks, excuse me, my Zoom folks, right, should be here. Oh, first time. All right. Well, that erases my theory. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate you for being here. Your first time. I'm assuming the rest of y'all been here before, right, to Grandma's Table. So for all of our people who are listening, who are just falling in, let me just tell you what is Sunday dinner. But it's not your average Zoom call. This is a family reunion for the culture every single week. Table that stretches across the diaspora. You ever walk into grandma's house and instantly feel the love in the air, that warm, soulful energy that wraps around you before the plate even hits the table? That's the vibe here at Sunday Dinner. With yours truly, Freddie Taylor. I'm CEO and founder of Urban Intellectuals. But every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we log on like we're knocking at the screen door, ready to gather, speak truth, and feed our souls. This isn't just another lecture. This is not a panel. This is a cultural family meeting hosted by folks who care about where we have been and where we are going. Expect laughter, healing, bold conversation, and yes, some real talk that might actually shake the table in the best way possible. We hold space for one another. We lift one another up, and we always leave fuller than when we came. But it's the spirit behind the table that matters. From the kitchen porch, from the front porch to the living room, from Big Mama's kitchen to the backyard cookout, we always know that real conversation doesn't happen in the boardrooms, in the classrooms, or at the job. They happen where people gather, where we feel safe, where we feel loved. Sunday Dinner is our digital revival of that sacred space. We talk about Black wealth, mental wellness, culture, politics, parenting, travel, business, legacy, with the kind of honesty and joy that you can only get from being around your people. This is where the stories get passed down, ideas get turned into actions, and community turns into family. So pull up a chair, as they say, and let's dive in to Sunday Dinner. So again, I appreciate everyone for being here. But for my folks that are piling in, I appreciate y'all being here, but I want you to remember, this is not your ordinary talk show, right? This is not an ordinary Zoom event. This is a participatory environment, right? So we depend on your engagement here in this show, and that's kind of what makes it special. Not kind of. That's what makes it special, right? You have an opportunity to be heard, to not only be seen, but also to be heard in these conversations that we feel matter to us and our community. So if you're in the Zoom room, you can come on live and we can bring you on and then let you enjoy the discussion. If you're on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. Please comment in the comments and I'll be sure to follow up and make sure that your voice is heard as well. So, all right. Hey, Camilla, first time. Stress Less Travel and Tony Baker. Appreciate y'all all being here for the first time. Happy Sunday. Russell's Education Advocate and Tutoring. Appreciate you. Okay, Carla in Atlanta. All right, yeah, and let me know where you are watching from. Like I said, I'm outside of Norman, Oklahoma today. I had an opportunity, I was going to say yesterday, but Friday to fly into Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? So home of the Black Wall Street that most of us are familiar with. And I had a chance to do a walking tour throughout the area. And it was a beautiful experience, right? So it's something that I definitely recommend if you haven't been to Tulsa, or if you've been curious, I definitely think it's worth it. Hey, Camilla, sorry about the loss yesterday, but go Sooners. But yeah, if you ever been thinking about going to Tulsa, I think it's worth the victory. Worth the victory. I got football on the brain now, y'all. Right? It's all in me, right? Being in that stadium and getting all hyped up. But it's worth the trip, right? So I'll have some conversations coming probably over the next week or so about the experience there. I posted just a little bit, but I got some videos, I got some stories, I got some things that I need to research a little bit further. I learned some stuff that I wasn't familiar with in Tulsa, which was really interesting. I always like when I'm stretched and I get to learn something. I'm not one of those people that think they know everything. I'm one of those people that think the community is smarter than the individual. So getting around smart and intelligent people is really a must for me. And getting in environments where I can grow and be stretched as well is always wonderful. So that happened Friday. So that was a beautiful experience, and one that we definitely need to share with the community and more of with all of us. Um, but yeah, it was good, right? And in fact, let me look up this name, see if y'all familiar with this guy. Took some notes while I was there. Tate Brady. Tate Brady is an interesting figure in Tulsa, and was a hero and a champion of the community, but he was a Klansman, right? And I don't even know why this shocks me that the Klan was basically behind the massacre in Tulsa. Right? I don't know. I've never heard that narrative. I never heard that conversation. And maybe that's just me and my ignorance. Anybody got that? Give me Klan in the comments if you knew that, or give me no in the comments if you figured is that new information. It's like it totally tracks. It totally makes sense, right? Like, duh. Like, who else would be behind these terrorist activities other than the Klan, right? In that time period, right? We know they changed their name and they changed their dress. Yeah, I see a lot of y'all didn't know either. All right, I was like blindsided by this information, and this guy Tate Brady was really the ringleader, right? So I want to do a deeper dive on him and the nonsense that they did down there, right? And just one little thing that I'll share that was startling information to me. Yeah, it does make sense. It's like, well, how did we not even like figure that out, right? Like, it's not like that was like a stretch at all. But one thing that was like really I guess shocking is hard to say, especially when you know like the history of this country and the things that it's done to Black folks. One, I've been running a lot recently. So while I was running, I did like a 7-minute video kind of on the conversation. Um, and I alluded to something in that video. And the one thing that I talked about directly was, hey, let's stop rationalizing racism. Let's stop rationalizing the hate. Let's stop trying to understand it. It's a psychosis. These people are crazy. There's just no other way. There's no other way to put it, right? For sensible, rational, compassionate people like yourselves, let's not even waste no more brain cells trying to understand these people. They're terrible. And here's the thing, it's not genetic, it's taught, it's passed down, it's intentional. This is what they want to breed into the society. This is why they teach young children hatred, because children aren't born that way. They don't see differences. They don't care if you're green. They don't care if you're fuchsia, right? Like, whatever your color, their kids don't care, right? They just care if you're kind and if you like to have fun, right? And if that's the thing, you can engage with them. So children grow up to be adults or grow up to hate people. They've been taught this. This has been bred, and this psychosis is being bred into people. And this is something that's always been in this community or in this country, in this world, really. And y'all president is doing an excellent job of reminding everybody of just what the underbelly of America looks like, and how they got into the position that they have, because they use that hatred to murder, death, kill, and steal any and everybody that they decided they wanted to move against. And Tulsa, Black Tulsa, Oklahoma was no different. And I don't know, I guess being there just really hit me differently than just reading about it and talking about it, because you get to see it. And they got like this historical boulevard, and you can kind of see the stores, and it's really dope. They got like these I'm gonna call them placards, but they're on the sidewalk, right? Like almost like every business, there's just something down there, and you can read what the business used to be, and then whether they rebuilt it after the massacre, right? That's big. They use the word massacre now rather than riot. And give me riot in the comments just to remind me to come back to that term, right? It's really important to the discussion, and it's really important to the history, riot, right? Just remind me that while I go down this rabbit hole really quick. But this you can read about the story. So it's like you're walking in front of an ice cream parlor, but you can look and see what the business used to be back when O.W. Gurley purchased the 40 acres there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, parsed it out, and leased the land to Black folks to continue to build and grow, right? So it's like hotels and grocery stores and barbershops, and like it's chilling, right? I guess got chills, goosebumps just now, because you're literally looking at people who just was trying to make it, just trying to survive, right? Just trying to live, feed their family in the time in America in the late 1800s, early 1900s, when being successful could kill you. Just think about the success that we have today, right? The individuals that, not worried about your bills. You riding in something nice. You come home, there's electricity, there's light, water, running water, and you got clothes on your back, right? Just doing that is enough to get you killed, not only in Oklahoma, but anywhere in this country, just because of your skin color. Like, this is why these people are psychopaths. So south of the tracks, Black folks couldn't purchase or operate south of the tracks there in Tulsa, right? And we were on Greenwood having this discussion, right? Greenwood and Archer, to be specific. And that's the first two letters in the Gap Band, by the way. GAP stands for Pine, Greenwood, Archer, and Pine. This is where the members of the Gap Band used to hang out, on Greenwood, Archer, and Pine. And that's why they named it the Gap Band. And, the famous song, You Dropped the Bomb on Me, they were literally talking about what happened in Tulsa. That was another sidetrack. But anyway, the south of the tracks is where all the white folks live. And you couldn't go south of these tracks unless you were a service worker, right? Unless you were a maid, unless you were doing some type of service industry. And then, of course, when the sun down, you better get your tail back across them tracks, or there was going to be some trouble. So the 40 acres, right, is now, one is just super gentrified now, right? Yeah, I know you can imagine that. But even like from Greenwood and Archer going back north, Oklahoma State has purchased this area, and it's just like a campus. Right. So it's kind of hard to, I want to see like an aerial view of right now what the 40 acres look like, because that was all Black Wall Street. There are thousands of homes, y'all. Like this, it's like gut wrenching, because then after the tour, we went to the Cultural Center or something. I'm probably messing that up. Greenwood Cultural Center. I think that's it. And they got like all these pictures and newspaper clippings from the era. And it's like chilling to see it, to see the nice cars, the well-dressed individuals, the people just handling, the Black folks just handling their business on a day-to-day, trying to survive, right? And the Klan and these crazy folks was basically just jealous of the success that they were having without them, without their involvement. Now, never mind, they set up boundaries, laws, statutes, and intimidation to make you stay in this hellhole, which is what they were trying to keep the Black folks boxed into. And then you figured out a way to thrive, and they just didn't like it. So they used the excuse of, I forget the young man's name that worked in the building where the incident happened. There was an incident, right? There was supposedly a white woman who was an elevator operator who got attacked, right? Turns out she didn't get attacked, but y'all already know that, right? I don't have to explain that to you. But this massacre, which the newspapers called a riot, let me jump back to that, was all intentional. And it was all coordinated by the Klan. And the Klan was led and grown by this dude, Tate Brady, in the area. Now, Tate Brady, as I mentioned, is like a hero of Tulsa until 2021, when they say they got enough evidence and information to call it a massacre and realize that Tate's not such a good guy. Another side note, man, it was just like a lot of interesting facts. The Klan grew because it was like an MLM. Anybody ever heard this? This is wild to me, right? So not just because it was an MLM, but that was like how they generated the money to move forward and build organizations across the country, because they would evangelize, right, and talk and spread hate. But then they would sell the robes, they would sell the Bibles, they would sell the patches and the tassels and all of these things. So that's how individuals earn money inside, but they could pass it forward. It was like one of the first MLMs in the country. That blew me away. That was pretty interesting. So here's the catch with this riot thing. So apparently in the insurance clauses of the Black folks in the area, there was a small clause that said basically the insurance company wasn't liable if the area or the property were destroyed because of a riot. So they manufactured all of this destruction to basically get rid of the Black Wall Street district. This is why immediately the papers called everything a riot. You literally heard the word riot for the last 100 years. And it turns out there's a clause in the insurance papers that said they didn't have to rebuild, because I don't know if you know or not, most of the area didn't rebuild. And that's why, because they couldn't claim it on their insurance because this was a riot. When the truth of the matter is, this was just psychopathic hate. Now, let's just say, let's pretend a young white woman was assaulted. Why you burn down a whole city? Why you dropping bombs from the air? The local rich people supplying the bombs and the airplanes and the helicopters so that they can fly over city and firebomb the entire community. And when you see the aerial photos of the destruction, it's just literally mind-blowing, man. It is mind-blowing. But the level of disgust and hate and evil and treachery and deviousness, and I ain't even got enough words to explain like what you experience. And then just think that this was one town. We talk about Black Wall Street like Tulsa was the only one. It's not. It's not. It's so many of them across the country that met a similar fate. This is one that we just talk about a lot. It is definitely worth an opportunity for y'all to go see and experience it. But I want to go deeper on Jefferson Tate, and I keep saying Jefferson Tate because I got Jefferson Davis on the mind for some reason, the president of the Confederacy. But Tate Davis, I got to dig into my notes. Anyway, I don't know. Those are just like some of my first like reflections from that experience there. I just wanted to share a little bit of that with y'all while it was fresh on my brain. But I say a lot of that because we spend a lot of time debating and arguing with people who hate you. we in the comments, we fussing, you just frustrating yourself. These folks ain't trying to understand, man. They not. You just got to ignore them, and we got to continue to build. But the next time we build, or every time we build, we're going to have to be able to defend it, because they've proven time and time again they not trying to understand, because there's nothing to understand. When you're a law-abiding citizen, you got your business, you doing your thing, you're working every day, you saving up, you buying, you working hard, you're just trying to be a good citizen, and you continuously get attacked. This ain't got nothing to do with you. This has everything to do with a psychosis that is here and prevalent in this country and this world. And I want us to wake up and just stop talking to them. Just stop. We just wasting our time. We spinning our wheels, engaging with an underbelly. And I don't believe this is all white folks. I mean, we didn't seen black folks that hate us, right? Like we didn't seen it all, right? But there is an underbelly, an attitude, and a disposition against us that is sickening, man. It is just sickening. And it is deliberate. They are doing this to children. They are bringing children up in this environment so that they grow into adults that hate folks. And it is just terrible, man. So anyway, I just needed to apparently just get that off my chest. Uh, I ain't mean to be all like solemn with y'all right out the gate, but it's just crazy jealousy, man. I can't even, jealousy is a complex. I think it's bigger than jealousy. That's why I go to psychosis. Like, because you got to be crazy to just say, I don't like that person because they got white skin. I hate them. They evil. They don't deserve anything because they got white skin. And every time I see one, I'm going to try to skin them. Like, that's a psychosis. Like, you're crazy. You're crazy. And like, there's just no opportunity for discussion. Like, I'm not talking to folks that feel that way about me. I'm not trying to engage you. I ain't trying to educate you. I ain't trying to do nothing. Just stay away from me, right? And this is really what black folks want. Just leave us alone. Just leave us alone, right? And like, I know there's conversation that, the white community kind of keep their eye on us or kind of try to hold us down because they fear that we're going to do to them what they did to us. But that's not how our community is. Like, I was watching Jane Garvey. Y'all familiar with Jane Garvey? If you're not, Google Jane Garvey. She is a gem to humanity. But she was doing, I think she was on Oprah like back in the 80s or something, or wherever she was at. And she asked black folks, she said, black people, how many of y'all want to, what did she say? How many of y'all want to get even with all white people? How many of you want to get even with white people, right? Raise your hand, right? Then she said, how many of y'all want to get even with a couple of them? Like, maybe, right? Then she said, women, how many of y'all want to get even with all men or, do harm to all men? Like, nobody raised their hand. They're like, but a couple of them, perhaps, right? And that's like, yeah, a couple of them, perhaps. But no sane person is just trying to wipe out a gender or wipe out a people because you might feel wrong. No sane person. You got to have a psychosis. You got to be crazy to some extent to just say, I want to exterminate all of these people and they don't deserve to be here while you're carrying your Bible and claiming to be, a lover of the Lord and Christ and like all it, like, I don't know, man. I didn't mean to go all into all of this. Was not my plan today, y'all. But I wanted to share a little bit about it, but I kind of got off the rails here. Yeah, Jane Elliott is another person to Google. Yeah, Jane Elliott she's been doing this work forever. She has something called a brown-eyed, blue-eyed experiment. That's wonderful if you have an opportunity to check that out. All right, I'll open up just because I've been talking too much. And again, I didn't mean to say any of that. I did. In my mind, that was like a 5-minute conversation, then it turned into all of this. But Any thoughts about what I'm talking about? Any thoughts on the psychosis? Any thoughts on Black Wall Street? Any thoughts on building or maintaining? You can raise your Google hand. Man, I'm just all over the place. Raise your Zoom hand and join the conversation. Let me just open it up for a few moments to hear what's on y'all mind. Hey, Sister Cecilia, how you doing today? Come on into this discussion.
Yeah, I was reading something this week about Seneca Village, which was a community where it's similar. One man bought an tract of land and then leased it or sold it. So there were churches, there were schools, there were houses, there were farms, and they built Central Park on top of it. So it's just gone. And it was a thriving community with people who owned land right in the middle of Manhattan. And they just said, y'all have to move. Something called eminent domain. And they took the property, and the people had to get whatever they could and move off the land. And they built Central Park.
Yeah.
So, well, just one other thing, I've been watching the US Open.
Hmm.
And it's happening right now. And they did a thing about Althea Gibson.
Really?
And I thought about it, and I used to play at the tennis courts where she used to play. And I occasionally saw her. She came over. There's two things about it. They're built incorrectly because they're supposed to be north and south, and these are east and west. So somebody's got the sun in their eyes all the time, and they're supposed to be north and south. And the nickname that we affectionately called the place was the jungle. And it just struck me this week, like the jungle, that's where we played tennis. And we're in the jungle. And I go, oh, here's this woman that they're honoring because she's the first one who won Wimbledon, and she was out there, and she's in the jungle.
Wow.
So we've got to be with like-minded folks and be able to defend it. Right? We will have to keep them away because they will take whatever. When you get a little something, everybody gets more. When I sold my house, everybody got more than I did. And then just to keep things even, the government took the portion that we say, oh, wow, you talk capital gains. You know, so you wind up in the same position you were in before you had the house to sell. So it's not meant for us. You know, they wrote it without us in mind. And I remember the New York Historical Society did a 2-year episode program about slavery in New York. And one of those tall, lanky Supreme Court justices, I don't remember what his name was, but he came to talk about the Dred Scott decision. And he was just as cold when people started asking him, well, what about, why did they make that decision? And he said he wasn't a citizen. So he wasn't eligible to even come talk to us. So, because he wasn't a person, a whole person, and he wasn't a citizen. And they said, well, what about today? What the feeling would be? Well, since they changed the Constitution, then, we'd have to consider. But at that time, the Constitution said he wasn't, he had no standing. So they didn't mean for us to be anything but the bottom class. So you just have to be wary and hang with the like-minded people.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Like, thank you, Cecilia, for participating. Come on back in. You know the routine. When and ready. When I spark an interest in you, right?
All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought I saw a couple of more hands up. Anybody else want to dive into this conversation here? I got a couple of more, obviously, on deck for us. What's that? Oh, hey, Brenda, how you doing?
I'm good. How's everybody today?
Good.
Here's the thing. This is my perspective. We are people that are constantly under scrutiny because number one, we were never supposed to survive slavery. And the fact that we did and still thrived, even in the most harsh situations, that makes white people furious. And even when we try to separate ourselves from them, there's always someone from our own sphere that feels that they have to bring them into a black situation. That's where a problem starts. And I'm not saying all white people because there are some white people that are cool. But the fact is, we're not allowed to separate ourselves and just be separate because somebody that looks like us always feels it needs a little something extra by bringing someone else into the pot. And that's where the problem starts. I have been in so many circles where I have been the only black person there. These people enjoy their company. They enjoy being around each other, and they don't have any problems with nobody else being there. But for some reason, we do. We feel the water gets colder or the ice gets colder if we include them for some reason. And it's always a situation of device, by being diverse, being divided. That's what I'm trying to say. It divides us, and it's sad that some of us feel that we can't be complete, or the function has to be peppered with people that do not look like us.
Yeah, this is true. Thank you. I appreciate the comment and joining the conversation. Charlotte, hey, how you doing, good sister?
Okay, hello everyone.
Hello. You got a little echo. I'm not sure why.
That's because I'm here too.
Oh, we're on two devices. Let's go. All right.
Mute your a minute. I just want to kind of add on to what Brenda was saying, and a little bit of a refresher from this morning's my church service, the sermon.
Okay.
We have to kind of look at where we are. We survived the Middle Pass. We've survived Jim Crow. And if you have a place of spirituality that you align yourself with, I think you have to believe and trust that we're going to survive this madness that we're going through now. But we can't just sit on our hands and say, well, I'm going to wait and see who fixes it. We have to be willing to stand and own it. We have to be willing to survive the hurt, a little bit of hurt. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be short. And if we look at Babylon and God moving the exiled to their home place, that they had to go through 70 years. Yes. God knows we don't want 70 years if you know what the hell we're going through right now. But remembering that our clock, our calendar, our sense of time and rhythm is not what it was in biblical times. So God and his grace and mercy and his will, if he take us out of this in the next year or two, would just be, oh my goodness. I guess that you'd feel the earth shake from the shouting. And I think we'd have some white feet stomping almost as hard as some black and brown feet. Because they are starting to finally realize how foolish they were to not listen to the words that came out of that clown's mouth before Election Day. And they didn't do it. They believed in their good white folks who meant them no good. If you were not in that 1 or 3%, if you got lucky, you got pushed up into the 3%. And you went out there and you did the crazy thing of voting for the man who told you that he was going to do you harm. You just thought because you had a little bit of light color skin, less melanin than me and some others, that you were going to be all right.
Yeah.
But nope. So I think that we have to realize where we are and be willing to fight the fight, and understanding that we're going to feel the hurt, and we already are, and that a lot of mean and hurtful things are going to happen in whatever that time is for us to get through this. But I personally believe that we will, and we will be victorious, but we're going to get some doo-doo splashed on us on the way. It's just the way it's going to be. So just keep your paper towels or your wet wipes or whatever you got, or your baby wipes handy. Wipe and go. God be the glory.
Wipe and go, y'all.
Like that's all I can tell you. That's the best news I got.
I didn't see that one coming. Wipe and go. All right.
Wipe and go, baby. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, no, but I appreciate the message. It's definitely on point, right? Like we in some tough times, right? But when haven't we been, right? And I love black folks because, man, we crack me up. Well, I tell you, because literally
Well,
America.
you know how I flow.
Yeah. Wipe and go though. We're gonna have to remember that one.
Been doing it for almost 77 years, baby. So just get your wet wipes out and keep on pushing.
No, but that's real, because the elders can tell, like, a lot of younger people might be freaking out, right? But like, this is why we got to have these cross-generational conversations, because our young people need to talk to the elders, right? And they, you'll tell them like, hey man, things ain't what they could be, or maybe even should be, but they ain't bad. I mean, they ain't the worst of times. Right. Like, let's put it that way. They definitely not the worst of times.
Just hold on.
Yeah, just hold on. This is why I love our community, because literally America is falling apart, and we got these boots on the ground, and we got these fans out here, and it's like every day I see a new line dance. It is amazing.
We dancing through the misery.
We dancing.
Put on some music and just pick a new step and just get busy.
And that has literally been like the history, right? You know what? It would be interesting to do a deep dive on the history of like dance, right? And like where it comes from, and like the music, right? Like going deeper into all of that, because we was doing the same thing during the enslavement period, right? We was doing it before that, right? So I guess now it's no different, right? I guess we probably don't value our current circumstances as much as we do the past. You always pay honor to the past, but man, hey, 50 years That's
What was
gonna be
that?
an
The
old
same old
Negro
song
spiritual.
with a different beat? Who was that? Four Tops? Was that the Four
Say,
Tops? It's the same old song with a different beat.
oh,
Yeah,
that
since she's
sound-
been gone, is it anybody recognize that other than me? I know I'm old, but
No, that's the Four Tops.
Four
there you
Tops.
go. There
Thank you,
you
Four
go.
Sister
tops.
Cecilia. Thank you.
Mhm.
I
There
know it
you
was one of them. I miss a beat here and there, so help me.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Just wipe and go.
Wipe and go, baby.
I love that. I love that. But yeah, no,
Thought it
we
was a different meaning. I thought it was a different meaning since she's been gone.
Yeah.
Is that the right lyric?
It's
It's
the
a
same
different
lyric.
meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And we got the same old racism, and she ain't going nowhere. So
Mm,
wipe and go.
exactly.
I like
Wipe and
that.
go. Get the
Wipe
flushable ones too. Get the flushable
Get the
ones.
flushable ones. Get the flushable ones. That's important. Yeah.
Yes, you might get lucky and get some outdoor plumbing. Yes, honey.
I'm just saying.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
as a people, man, like we've literally been through it all. And so yeah, I have no doubt that we're gonna get through it, and I have no doubt that we're gonna continue to thrive. It's just always interesting to watch. Like, and I sometimes I just I'm way off topic, y'all. I got like this list of stuff. We not on none of that. Surprise. Um, but we like I wonder, what are we doing? What are we doing? Right? Like, and this is like bigger than just the Black community, right? Like, what is this country doing? I made a comment the other day on my Facebook post, and I said, basically, argue with your mama. We need to take these smartphones out of schools. They don't need to be in class with these phones. Argue with your mama, right? Folks lost their absolute mind. And a lot of it was centered around, well, what if there's a school shooting? I need to be informed. I need my child. I need to, this, and that. And I'm thinking, your first thought is a school shooting. You want to argue to keep the phones in school and not ban guns from the community. Like, what are we doing? Like, I understand that, hey, man, some children getting mowed down is just part of my American right to have these guns. Like, what are we doing? And then you want to keep the phones, which is like, it's just proven that if you got the phone, the children got the phones in school, they're not paying attention. There's just a direct correlation between engagement and having that phone around, right? And you rather for them to have the phone so that they can text you or call you if there's a school shooting over the growth of their education. And then I said, okay, what if there was a school shooting and your child called you or text you? What you gonna do? You ain't going down to the damn school. You ain't about to shoot nobody. You ain't even gonna be able to get near the school because the police gonna barricade it off and they're doing their work. Like,
Yes.
what are we talking about? So in the meantime, because there's a mythical opportunity or possibility that your child might be involved in a school shooting, which hopefully none of y'all ever experienced that. Hopefully the last one is behind us, right?
Yes.
Hopefully. But you ain't gonna do nothing anyway. So
Don't text me. Get on the floor under a desk. Get behind a
what
steel
are we
table.
doing?
Don't text me. Don't call me.
I don't understand that. And I'm fortunate enough, my children are older now, but they don't only just shoot in schools, right? They shoot all over the place now. But
And
like
in
I just
church.
can't understand in a world where educationally we're supposed to be the most advanced civilization on the planet, but we're like way behind. Your children, hey man, I love y'all to death, but like collectively as a group, we're not an intelligent bunch of people. And the next generation is even worse than we are, and they are losing I mean, these other countries, Africa, China, Europe, everywhere is lapping us. And we arguing over keeping phones in schools because there might be a school shoot. Like I just, you got to kind of like giggle. And what I'm getting at is like, where is this country going? Like, what is going? I just came from KFC, y'all. This bothered me to my soul. Like, I don't know if you saw I went to Burger King a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago. I don't even remember. It was like $13 for a Whopper meal. I just left KFC and got some wings. I got 12-piece wings. It was $18 for a 12, $18. Like, listen, this is getting out of control. They honey barbecue and they don't even taste as good as they did. It ain't even the same. I ain't never gotta have it again in my life now. But $18, what are we defending here?
And too
I
small.
got one more thing, Cecilia, and I'm gonna let you in here. I got one more thing. I've been running everywhere I go. I run and I like to run through the community or whatnot. And so I'm outside of Norman, Oklahoma, and I'm running, and I post my videos and stuff. Not one person told me, hey, you be careful out there. You better be safe. You better watch yourself. But let Brother Freddie go to Africa and go outside and run. And all of a sudden, I'm in the most dangerous place ever. And I just wonder, do we even realize where we rank in violence in the world? Like, Africa ain't high on the violence list. This is your neighborhood. You're the ones with the guns everywhere. Like, you're the ones that's shooting up schools. Ain't nobody doing that but you. Like, you're the psychotic people. Like,
Try Mike Johnson's Louisiana, Mr. Speaker of the House. He got some of the worst crime in the whole United States.
And talking about worried about other places, right? Like,
yes.
I don't know. I'm like a little schizophrenic in this discussion here today, but I'm just bothered. I'm just bothered. Cecilia, come on in and save me with your thoughts. Just say, because I'm gonna keep running. My brain all over the place. I'm frustrated, y'all.
I forgot. I didn't have my paper and pen. I didn't have my note, so I got to write these things down.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that blows my mind. We now have a Department of War instead of a Department of Defense.
Oh, right.
And I don't know why we attacking places, because that sounds like a war to me. I mean, I don't understand it, but it's not new, because they bombed the equivalent of the White House and killed Gaddafi's kid, and nobody said anything. So I don't know. We just have to find the right community. And actually we could set it up that it's like Prince George's County. When I lived in DC, I ran into a friend. I was a teenager and ran into a friend that I had in Tokyo when we were in the 6th grade together. We ran into one another when we were in high school. But she lived in Prince George's County when she was white. So I couldn't go visit at her house because it would be dangerous for the family.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was talking with somebody who lived in Prince George's County who said that at the time it was black and it was bad news. And now I hear that it's the richest black county in the country. So we're talking 60 years.
I would say, is PG the richest black county?
Black in the country. I heard that about a month ago.
County.
Yes, it is. It is one of the rich. I'm born and raised in DC.
Said, richest black.
I'm born and raised in DC, and yes, the flip happened. PG County is now, it's either one of or the richest black county in the country because when they pushed us all out of DC, black
That's where
folks
we
went to
went.
PG County, but then it switched to the elite moving to PG County. So yeah, you can check it out. PG County
Right,
is one of the richest black places in the country right now.
right. And they moved, and wherever we go, the white folk that are there move away. So it would be easy to take over somewhere. If folk just have to decide, because in what was that town in North Carolina that they set up years ago that failed? It's supposed to be an all black.
Soul City.
Yeah, Soul City.
Mhm.
That was there. Um, so, but there are places, plenty of places that we could go in now and take over. People, if enough of friends kind of hang together and decide, okay, we're all gonna do this in this area, you have your backup. Just make sure you got a place to grow some food. And we don't know what this man is gonna do. We don't know what we don't know if there's gonna be another election. So we have to be ready to take care of ourselves. That's all.
Yeah, that's real. That's
It's
real.
true.
It's wait a minute. Somebody else have their hand up. Sorry, Freddie. I was about to
Oh, go
jump in
for it,
on
bro.
that one.
Mhm.
Um, there are several responses I have to all of that. Uh, Growing up in DC, um, Southeast DC, I saw the flip back and forth, back and forth. The high school I went to saw the flip, which was in PG County. That's why I started the Black Student Union there, which I talked about last week as a teenager, and it's still going 45 years later. Thank God it's still going. Um, Real estate is always going to be cyclical. There's always going to be white flight that even happened in my high school because now it's majority black in high school. But one of the things we have to do as black people, we have to follow the Stacey Abrams uh, mission that she did. We got to get out to our own people and have us vote. And we need to explain it to our own people. I use the term $5 words because that's what I understand. I don't understand the $50 words. Break it
Mm.
down to me where I understand. We got to get out to our own people. And that's one thing I watch Roland Martin Unfiltered. You get a lot of information from him and his guests. That's where I learned a lot about the statistics of our voting power. And I didn't grow up knowing any of this either. But I am involved in every civic thing that I live in Texas right now, and I can't stand it. So I still get involved in every civic thing that I can. And I make sure I wear my shirts, Black Power shirts, Black Inventor shirt. I make my presence known wherever I go because I'm out here with everything that's not of me. And we have to reach our own people in the rural areas, like where I grew up in Southeast DC. It's a certain way you talk to us over there. You don't talk to us a certain way, or we're not going to listen. Like I can't go back home to Southeast and talk to the way that I've assimilated to speak for the last 35, 40 years since I left DC. It's not going to work. I was even in a conversation in my cousin's web thing called fan base in the chat room. And I told the guy where it was from, and a brother, he like literally cussing me. You ain't from the hood. Listen, you sound like one of them white people. And I'm like, okay, so I have to, and of course I had to code switch back to when I was from Southeast. So I got to talk to you like this for you to even believe that I'm where I'm from. I can't evolve and learn the English language better. I can't evolve from the last 30, 40 years in the industries that I've worked in and adapt to actually speaking better. But I still got to act like I'm from the hood for you to understand me. So that's what I'm saying. It's for us to get in touch with us and have us understand our power. Because I also feel like that's a cop out. Because I left, and when I go back home to DC 30 years later, I still feel like the clock stopped in my family, in my neighborhoods. And I know that I've learned a lot of it is fear, but it's also fear of not being understood or being looked down upon. And that's something we have to take care of within our own community. Because if we vote, Roland Martin and his guests talk about it all the time, if we just vote 70% of our capacity as voters, we would run everything. Just black people alone. We would run everything. So all this, like, I don't know what we're gonna do, and oh, what we're gonna do, what's the plan? Just stick your foot out there, get your wipes, stick your foot out there and do something. That's what I'm doing. I'm out here. Trust. I'm walking in my neighborhood right now. Trust me, ain't many of me out here at all. And the ones I do see is like, oh, and they don't even want to speak, which is another thing. You know what I mean? But I step my foot out. I step out of my door with my shirts that show Black inventors. I have a shirt that says Black, Black education. I have something. I am speaking. I'm using my power. Each one of us can do that. And believe me, I'm taking a risk where I'm out in the burbs of Houston. I'm in the northwest part of Houston. It ain't, you know, it's a lot out here. It's a lot of Buffy and Jody and Bills and Biff and, Anna Marie's and all that. And but each one of us has the power to do exactly what I'm talking about. So it kind of frustrates me when I keep hearing people go in circles. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Especially people that are my age and older, because we've been through this. I'm in my 60s. So y'all know we've been through this. We know you just gotta do it. And I know we got Queen AJ on here, and she's a perfect example of a young person who is doing it. And those are the ones we really have to reach. Because the young persons are the ones who are going to get us out of this mess.
Yeah.
So we really have to reach them, learn how to speak with them, and help them to go forward. And with that, I'm gonna go back to walking my dog for a little bit.
Yeah, all right, brother. Getting some exercise, some fresh air, and some good food here at Sunday dinner. I always appreciate you. Hey, Adrian, I think that was Samidra, and then brother David is here. Come on in, brother David. What say you, good brother?
I have a question. I do believe that, and peace, family, by the way. Uh, I do believe that we should be politicking with each other. But I want to ask, in this environment, um, uh, I guess I'm not trying to be saying anything, but it's going to be that way. What do we expect to happen by voting in this environment where they've already stormed the Capitol when they didn't get their way? Uh, if we were to vote and get everything the way we, you know, hope to get it, are we in a position to protect what it is we get? Because history also says when we were in power, all they did was remove the military that was there to protect what it is we helped to establish. And less than a generation later, we were back on the fields again. So I wonder, like, are we putting too much faith in a dying system by thinking that we could politic with them, when politicking with them has only set us up for what we have? Because what I'm thinking about now is the fact that sisters feel attacked by all these actions this administration have taken, the loss of opportunities, loss of jobs, um, going after the Federal Reserve, the sister that's in that position, but the Democrats have led us to believe. I'm sorry, my mouth is round. Have led us to believe that we're the base of this party. That's what they tell us, and we're the kingmakers. That's what they.
Wow, you went out on us, brother. All right. I guess he'll come back in. Come on, Sister Shalati, you can jump in here.
I would like to say this onto a real strong point. Uh, we have to be, in order to be successful, we have to be able to protect the power that we manage to gain. And we have to move from crowd to community. For many years and for various social and socioeconomic reasons, we didn't even know our neighbors' names. But we're in a time and place now where you daggone sight better try to have the humanity to place yourself on whatever level you think that is required to talk to your neighbor, to at least let your neighbor know your name, because you're really not that special on your own. And you need to know their names because we have to protect each other and we have to be like-minded in what we're hoping to recover or gain, whichever way you see it. I think it's a little of both. But that's going to be necessary. And the education of one another with the 50-cent word, forget the $5 word. It really doesn't do anything for us. And that's why I'm a firm believer and having been an educator at one point. You need to communicate on what we called BOLT level, the basic occupational literacy. And that is talking to people who are fifth grade and seventh grade educated and they speak English as their first language. Those are our neighbors. Those are the people that we walked by and not spoken to in the past. We need to cut that crap out because we need all of us to be, like I said, out of crowd into community, have like-minded education and understanding of the status quo, what we look like winning or what we think winning looks like, and how we are going to go hand in hand to achieve that. But we must disrupt the power that is in existence now. And you can't do that if you're not in position to know what it is with each other and be able to do whatever it takes to protect it. And
Yeah.
I do that I live in DC and I'm extremely involved in the advocacy of what's going on. And recently working with the direct action group of the Fair Budget Coalition. And these are strategies and reminders that we are either learning or being reminded of in how to win. And you have to always assess your personal risk level when you get involved. We need you. But if you've got papers or you own some kind of probation, or if you've got 2 strikes, we don't expect you to do certain things because that endangers you. And we don't need you locked up. We need you in the fight where you can count. So if you need to count back there in the back row, stay on the back row and help push the other lines forward. But you got to be willing to understand you're needed in the fight and decide whether you're willing to be in the fight.
Yeah, because everybody ain't gonna be in it now.
Nope, they will not. And we can understand why some won't. But we need them to do the part they can do back there in the background. So don't sit back on your hands and say, oh, well, let me see what they gonna do. You are not they, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
What can you do? What will you do?
I love it.
Wipe and go.
Wipe and go. We got an anthem around here. Wipe and go. All right, Shalani. Now you are elder enough to be grandma here. So we grandma putting it down. Wipe and go, right? We definitely need an inside joke of wipe and go. I love it. I love it. All right, come on in, Alicia.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody that's been speaking so far. Shalati, your wipe and go got me. So, but I told one thing I noticed that if we step up and be shown and known, they look at you. Because when I was in high school, I started to raise my hand for everything. I became captain of the service squad and found out that bullies were on the streets. And I would go out and on my duty, somebody beating up a little kid, I'd go up to him and beat him up and say, now let the little kid beat you up since you want to be a bully. But our people were back then were so like jealous of each other. especially me, I was light skinned more than what I am now because I've been on the sun so much. But they would always think, well, you half white, you this. I said, well, I know my great grandfather is white, but I'd have never known that until they kept talking about it. And I was like, okay, let me find out if I do have white in me. And then I asked my parents and they told me, your great grandfather. I was like, okay, so now I can say, okay, I am. Now what you gonna do? I still gonna be who I am. And then growing up in high school, I got beat up so bad one time that I was in a back brace because they knocked my front teeth out and everything. And it was like, why are y'all fighting me? We should be fighting different causes. So when I got out the hospital and went back to school with my brace on, and I still ran in gym and everything. And when I fell, it got quiet and everybody tried to help me up. And it was like, this is what y'all should be doing in every situation is building people up and helping them up. And then everybody was like, oh, okay. And through high school, I ended up in the ninth grade because the teachers couldn't teach me anything because when I come home, that's all I did was study. So I ended up being the first young person in Detroit, Michigan. I lived down the street from Hitsville, and I would hear Motown all day long, all day. And when I went in there, they were telling me that we play music loud so everybody can hear you in the neighborhood because that lets them know if that record's going to be a hit or not. Because if you hearing music, everybody just go outside and we start dancing out around them. And then they was like, okay, that record's gonna be a hit. Let's put that out. Let's publish that. And through high school, I was like the one where the first young lady to work for GM. I would go to school in the morning and work in the afternoon. And I would come back and I would tell the young kids, they would say, where you been this afternoon? I said, well, in the afternoon I work. How you get a job? I said, because I get straight A's. So that's how I get a job. And you can do the same thing. You need a tutor, you need some help. So when I got to the point of all my life, I would help young people. Then in my church, I started doing Black History Month, doing, like I said last time, all the prominent people. And I said, well, we're not going to do Martin Luther King or Harriet Tubman. All we want to find the people that have done a lot that we don't know anything about. We want the new people to be pressed out there. And so I ended up, I got this binder I said I was going to show everybody. It says Black Heritage Commemorative Society Collection. And I have two binders. And in each of these binders, it tells you about Black people. It has a stamp, their name, and what they did. And so far, I've collected 276 Black Americans commemorative stamps. So there's a lot of history out there that we don't know. But I noticed that when I said 275, and there's probably more out there, but what I did in my church, I would let them, on the month of February, I would pick two adults and two young people, and they would pick out of my binder who they want to talk about, and they had to memorize it. I says, if you don't just come up here and read, I don't need that. I want you to be that person. I want you to feel what that person did. So they would learn to dress like the person and act like them. Talk with a deep voice if they knew that person had a deep voice. If they played the piano, they'll learn a couple of chords to play on the piano. If they played an instrument, they did that and it came so popular that even when I left the church and went to college and everything, they still kept it going. Then when I moved to Vegas, me and my cousin started in the high schools to do Black History Challenge. Each high school would choose a group of students to come out and they would tell us, we give them Black history questions, people that they wouldn't know, and see if they could now research it to go through the whole challenge. And it became real popular in Vegas to do the Black History Challenge through the high schools. And when you get the last two high schools, those are the ones that would be on TV from PBS, and they would challenge each other on TV. So I love Black history, and I wanted to make sure that everyone got involved. And then when I found out that these stamps, all of these, like Abernathy, I've got from A to Y collections. And out of me doing this the whole time since I was young till now, I only lost one stamp where somebody took it out the folder and they kept the stamp. And I was like, but I was glad it was just one stamp. So they're going to replace that stamp that I lost. But I thought this was so important. And on the back, it gives the history of what that person has done. And you can see at the bottom about their stamp, when it was published and everything, and if it's discontinued. This is the problem. We have a lot of our Black History stamps that have been discontinued through the publication because no one purchased them. So I like to bring things like that to the forefront. Let's do something that's going to keep our Black history in circulation as far as commemorative stamps. And the one that still is in, I know if everyone's seen this. This is Alan Toussaint. He's a musician. He plays the piano. And if you go online, you can listen to some of his music. He's from New Orleans. And he just passed away in, I think it was 2015. But these are the stamps that are out now. And I go there to the post office all the time just to get them. And I just, like I said last Sunday at Sunday dinner, to send out thank you cards and just send out people that I haven't talked to in a while. And I says, especially the elderly people, because most of them don't have phones. They got the flip phone still, or just still got the dial phone sitting in there, or somebody gave them a cell phone and they don't know how to use it. And I was sending them a little note saying, hey, I was thinking about you. And they were like, I haven't had nobody write me a letter in a long time. And they love it. So that's a little bit of my take on it. But I love what everybody is saying because we do need to step up. I was the first in Michigan to start a Boy Scout troop because my son wanted to be a Boy Scout. And when my son wanted to be a Boy Scout, I ended up being the first woman to get 10 boys to make it to Eagle Scout, and which was unheard of. And first, they didn't want me to be a scoutmaster because they're saying women can't be scoutmasters. So I'm on these camping trips, and parents would drop the kids off and zigzag in their car, keep it moving. And I've been looking around. I'm like, I need y'all help. But then the boys were like, Miss Alicia, I know you can do anything. You got us this far. Most of them was in private school, but we had a couple that was in public schools, and they would come in and they were like, I can't be in Boy Scouts because I'm gonna get beat up if I wear that uniform. And I was like, well, are they gonna feed you? Are they gonna buy your clothes for you? Why are you scared of them? So I told them, I said, we'll do this. They teach you about that. Just say the Lord's Prayer out loud and say it like you crazy. So this one little boy did it. But when he told us how he did it, he was like, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be. And he said, everybody looked at him like he was crazy, like, okay, we ain't messing with him. And when he came and told the other boys that, the other boys decided, oh, okay, I'm gonna wear my uniform. I said, y'all need to buck up. They only be scared. They got a lot of talk, but they're not gonna do anything to you. So all the boys that I've got to Eagle Scouts have either been like my son, he went into the Air Force and his first assignment was Barack Obama. He was the executive over security for Barack Obama. So, and then he went on to be with Trump and with Biden. But my son left Trump, because he got off the Air Force one day and saw my son standing at the end of it. And he asked him, how did you get this job? And he said, sir, no disrespect to you, but I got this job because I'm well educated and I know how to handle myself, and this is my job. And so he asked the white boy that was next to him, he said, you got him over you? How come you ain't getting up what he's doing? And it was us. I told my son, let me tell you one thing. Write down everything he says, the date, the time, and witness, so you can get out of there. Because I'm tired of looking at your face with all these bumps and everything on it, because your nerves done got so bad. Now he's got PTSD real bad. But he got out of the job because he did what I told him to do. I said, don't be afraid. Just look, just let them know, hey, I got a pencil and paper, or I got my phone. I can record everything you say. And he don't have to know that. just let him know, sir, no disrespect for you, but I'm on my post. This is my duty. So I said I was glad of him and proud of him because he did stick up for himself, and he's always been that way. And at I think he turned 35 now. He getting ready to retire from the military. Full pension, full benefits, everything.
Nice.
So just have to keep our kids encouraged and let them know, stand up for yourself. Don't let anybody tell you what you can't do. Love on them. And I think that is what our kids are missing is a lot of love and attention to do the things that you feel are right. Don't let anybody tell you anything different because they will, because they don't want to see you succeed. And success is in your nature to be on top. Don't let that glass ceiling stop there. Break through it.
Yeah.
Do something different and step up.
I love that. I love that. A couple of things. Someone on YouTube says I have his stamps. I think that last guy the musician you were talking about, said I
Alan
have his stamps.
Toussaint. Yeah.
Yeah, and others.
Okay. Thank y'all. I'm
And
waiting.
well, yeah,
Reaching
all
out.
right, yeah, thank you. I'll keep going.
Mhm.
But Ann, you were talking to basically Zandra's question, right? What can we do, right? So she asked, what can we affirm in this group to get things moving to accomplish the goals that we talked about? And I think, the action that you were talking about is all of that, right?
Yeah.
Brother David. You back. You went out on us for a minute, but there you
Yes, sir. I figured either what I was saying was no good or it was too good,
go. One or the other, right?
one or the other. But was there a response to the question? Because I had posed a question about essentially what good is it going to be for us to vote? Like I definitely wish, trying to engage in this system. I was asking, what good is it when all they ever done was change the rules or do something to undermine what it is. Uh, and, and it reminded me of, during Reconstruction, we had a lot of progress, more progress than we have now, actually.
Mhm.
And they simply removed the military from the South and let them folk take back over, the folk who were traitors to the nation, So, my question was, what good is it? Like, I've long since given up on the Roland Martins of the world because they have taken us into a weak position. Here it is, we're the base of the party, but we rank dead last in every statistical category, including economics, like dead last. I think, I point out on this platform that the Latino are a $4 trillion economy, right? And most of that they got in the last 5 years. Every I go down here,
Hey,
they
darling,
the
Okay,
what is it that's sitting there?
okay, okay.
1 second, brother.
I mean, Dan, I just walked in the room
Right.
and you pointing at the thing at the floor.
No.
Okay, just a second.
There we go.
and I was just pointing out how they're a $14 economy, and but we're the base of the party, and we see how they voted this last cycle, right? They didn't stick with us. Like in the last 20 years or so, there was a point where all marginalized groups did politic together, like the 60s and the 70s. I'm not sure when that stopped, but it stopped. And that's one reason why you see this whole delineation movement, with the whole bit of FBA and all this. That delineation is because politically, those who are engaged politically have realized that the warnings of Dr. Claude Anderson had came to fruition, that everyone else was using our moral legitimacy to get what they need, but once they got what needed, they began to politic against us. And so even if we did have this, oh, actually, no, because we had it in California, right? In California, we did everything that they said that we should do. A lot of the narratives you got when you criticize the Democratic Party, well, you can't just vote in the federal elections. You can't just vote for the president and think that's it. We got to vote locally. Okay, well they did that in California and had the votes to pass our signature bill, which is reparation. But the Democrats killed Trump because Newsom want to sign it, but he didn't want to be the veto it, so he black Democrats to do the dirty and kill their bill. So really, what is voting in this system, which is a dying system, by the way? You're watching it die before your eyes, like it's out of there. But what are we trying to prop up exactly, and what do we think we're gonna do once, if we were to gain power in these particular legislative bodies, when we're watching all white town pop up again, and we're watching uh, a move to far right as not just as a fringe, but this is what's been normalized. We've seen what happened January 6th. They stormed the Capitol, because they didn't stay away. So what are we going to do here? Because we have the a standing security force to defend our community. So what are we really planning for, except for another defeat? We have the history to tell us how this all plays out. So I'm a little concerned about that strategy. Everything we tried under the Democratic Party has not worked out for us. And in fact, one thing I was pointing out is how sisters are really recognizing, not just attack, but recognizing they're taking a lot of hits from this administration. But look what the Democrats did. They put black women faces as the opposition for Trump, whether it's Fannie Willis in Georgia or Letitia James in New York. They had another black face on the January 6th hearing. What is that called? I can't think of the actual name for it, but the person who was the chair of that hearing was another black face. You had Alvin Bragg, another black face. They literally made us the face of opposition, gave us nothing in return. Biden left office giving out pardons to any and everybody, but didn't protect those sisters who put it on the line. What are we really voting for? What are we really supporting this party for that's literally set us up? Like we're like the farm animals that they fatten up for the kill. We've been fattened up, and we're in a position for the slaughter. And most of us have no idea that this is our actual reality. This is the actual reality we face. And National Guards going to these various cities is just a sign of it. And we were warned about this. That's the other thing. We weren't just warned, Dr. Clement, that by 2015, if we didn't get our act together, we were going to be a permanent underclass. We're now watching the actions towards being a permanent underclass take place because we didn't listen to others before.
Just want to know if I'm supposed to be hearing.
Like the Minister Farrakhan, who told us that back in '96, he told us they were coming. He told us as recently as 2017 that they're coming. He said they're going to come in your house and start killing you, which started he told us all of this. We've gotten the warning. So what exactly is our strategy for what it is we think we're going to build moving forward? Is it that we think we're going to continue to support a political party that has neglected
Are we
us?
supposed to be able to
Or
hear
are we going to
anything?
finally do the right thing, which is to politic with one another? And because really, like, it's really too late. But I mean, if you're going to politic, we're going to have to really politic under the blueprint that was given to us in the 1930s by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who told you do for self or suffer the consequences. And it can't just be this lukewarm sort of just talk rhetorically. Like it's far past the time, and it's real out here. So what are you really going to do under this dying system that has a history of neglecting you or playing you on deceiving you. I'm gonna land there and listen.
All right, a lot of interesting debate. Yes, Sister Laura, you should be able to hear something. Not sure exactly why you're not being able to hear Brother David, but Brother David throws down the gauntlet on what are we exactly doing, right, by voting. And then I know Sister Zandra has questions on the table about how do we implement some of the things that we're talking about. So Sister Gwen, I got Sister Gwen, Charlotte, Mr. Sneed coming up after that. So, Sister Gwen, what say you, young lady?
Brother Freddie, can I say one more thing before Sister Gwen? Come on, I'm sorry. Can I just add this one little tidbit?
Go for it, real quick, brother.
Well, because right now we're witnessing a gender war in our community, which I hope is kind of dying out. But part of it was because of this notion that black men voted for Trump and this reason why he got in. I just want to point out this one thing. Both votes, black men, black women, voted practically the same for Trump. So the only reason why this narrative even exists is to divide us. Our favorite party is doing that. So I'll land there.
Okay, I always see it as, hey man, there's a contingency of clowns amongst us anyway. So, well, go ahead, Sister Gwen.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm a little late to the meeting, but I'm glad to be here. Just wanted to say that to answer Brother David, I feel personally, now this is my personal feeling and looking at some statistics, that the reason that we have the person in the White House that we have now is because we did not, even though there was voting, and you could talk about who voted for Trump and who didn't. Who voted for Trump were the females and African American females and males, but a lot of African American male people did not vote, period. And they might have come to the conclusion that they weren't for either person. I did almost 100 calls all over, basically in the Pennsylvania area. And personally, I feel a couple of things. I truly feel that, and people, I know I teach, so don't take this as fact, but from what I've researched or what have you, don't say, oh, Miss Gwen said, because I want to keep my credibility. But I feel that Kamala Harris really won the election. I feel that Elon Musk, I know he came to Pennsylvania. And I know I heard out, it's not hearsay, it's not from Fox News. Donald Trump said Elon went to Pennsylvania. You know how he calls his name. And Elon stayed a few days and Elon did something. And then I got Pennsylvania. What does that say? So, but there's nothing, I won't say there's nothing. There are things that people can do, but they're not doing it. So that's number one. Number two, and I was saying I was calling, and a lot of my calls in Pennsylvania were saying that they were voting for Kamala Harris. So the math ain't mathing. That's one thing. The second thing is that I feel that a lot of African Americans didn't vote. I know some people in my own family didn't vote. I know some people in my own family who voted for Trump. Um, it's been rough. I know some that were saying kind of the same thing. Both parties are the same. But if that is so true, then why are they gerrymandering the towns and the cities. If the votes don't count, why are they changing lines or making things so that more Republicans are in an area, what have you? If votes don't count, number one. And number two, to talk about uh, the changing the party. I look at the Tea Party and the MAGA Party. They came in and changed the Republican Party. Not that the Republican Party was not, as Freddie has said, the Democrats that were the racists moved over to the Republican parties, but that was part of the Tea Party and the MAGA Party. Why can't we, instead of complaining about the party, the Democratic Party, why can't we do like the Tea Party and the MAGA Party to the Democratic Party? Get in there and not just say, would you please, but say, this is what it's going to be. However, we can. There are people who represent, I mean, when they have their conventions, there are those people who go to the conventions. How many of us have looked into going to the conventions, being on whatever committee that goes to the conventions and makes these decisions and gets in those little rooms, in the room where it happens? How many of us are on that level? That's where we need to start, because that's what the Tea Party and the MAGA Party did. They got into the room where it happens. How many of us are researching on where to go in the room where it happens and make it happen? And enough of us there can make the change. So it starts in those little small spaces. If you've ever watched on Disney, the movie, and they're making it a movie now, but they filmed Hamilton, you really get a real clear vision of how movers and shakers move and shake, because it's not like a whole lot of people. It's a few people who get in, push their power, and make it happen. And so that's what we need to do. It's good to be in these offices, and we have a black mayor. It's good to be in the politician piece, but we need to be in and make sure that we get in, and not ask, may we be in, but move in, like the Tea Party, like the MAGA Party. We need to. I mean, sometimes you look at them and say, oh, they're horrible, but then they got in and they made the changes, and now they're in the power. We need to do the same thing. Instead of looking at them for how horrible they were, we need to do the same thing. And I remember I was at Harris. I was in Harrisburg. I was in Washington, and I was eating breakfast. I was in a hotel, and these two, that was back then when it was the Tea Party, and these two Tea Party people were talking. Just common folk, but they have moved into the room where it happens, and they were making it happen. So that's what we need to do. We need to get into those smaller spaces and make the room, make our presence known, our demands known, our agenda known, and just don't move in there and just be in their body. Have an agenda, have a consistency with people where you have an agenda and make your agenda known. I used to work at Drexel University, and I used to have to do that a lot, because Drexel could have, its little racist tinge. And a lot of times I would have to go in and just make it happen in terms of, this is what we're going to do. Because I was the president of the faculty, staff, administrators. We had a group called For Black People, just so we could come together and get the things done that we needed to get done. And I always told them, we're coming with our agenda. We're not asking for anything. We're telling them. So that's what we need to do. We need to be like the Tea Party and Mega and get into those places and spaces where real decisions are made. And then the final thing to answer Mother Zonda is that many moons ago, many dinners ago, I suggested that we should be making libraries, not just in our homes, but in places and spaces. So, how many of us have done that? How many of us have made our libraries or started our libraries? I've started working on the one at my church. How many people have started libraries? I see some hands. Maybe their hands to speak. But anyway, that's what we need to do with those libraries that are making the libraries that are in the places and spaces where we are, and to make sure that when we look at all you have to do if you don't know where to get the list of books that have been banned, just ask Gemini, Copilot, or Chat GPT, and they will give you the list of books that are banned and start with them. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a library. It can be a reading nook. It can be a little space or place wherever you can find within your organizations a place or space where the books are, and you could have them on a cart and wheel them through when young people or adults are having meetings or what have you. But get it done. Just get it started. So those are the things I would like to say. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that was perfect because now you make me wanna. I gotta break this down. I was trying to get it together where it was coming in seamless, but y'all know I like to mess it up. But that was great, Sister Gwen. And just to emphasize your point, let me play this real quick for y'all.
Where it happened, no one else was in the room where it happened, where it happened, where it happened. No one really knows how the game is played, the art of the trade, how the sausage gets made. We just assume that it happens, but no one else is in the room where it happens. Alexander was on Washington's doorstep one day.
Oh man, that's my part there. All right, anyway, I was gonna be that for a minute, but wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I love that. I love that. All right, that was good though. But no, you're absolutely right. Then the second piece that I did want to bring up, I showed it for a second, and like what you're talking about the Tea Party movement, and Brother David is asking about what are we gonna do, this political, power. We don't really stand on it, right? We fold and we bend because we always want to make sure everybody's included. I think somebody talked about that earlier. We always got to bring somebody else in. Anyway, a great read on how we can or we could, I'll say, positively impact the political system here in the country is written by Kwame Ture and Charles Hamilton. Black Power, the Politics of Liberation. I think it is an excellent read, very poignant one for this discussion as well. But let me keep the conversation going and go to our next commenter. I got Charlotte, Mr. Sneed, AJ, and Brother David coming back.
Sister Gwen, let me say ditto to your comments, first and foremost. But brace yourselves, everyone. I'm sorry, rewind. Brother David, I love you, I respect you, and I say shalom. But let me say this, it grieves me as a 77-year-old Black woman who at the age of 15 got out there in the streets with my mother, who's 43 years my senior, and marched every night, sat in every day, had dogs turned on me, had fire hose turned on me, and big burly white cops to try to break my back in the pad wagon. And for a Black man or woman to say, why vote? Don't, please, I beg you, don't ever Relinquish the idea, thought, imagination, bad dream, nightmare, whatever, to question why you need to vote. I personally went through too much hell for us to even think about relinquishing the right or questioning the right or reason to have a vote. I don't care if they don't do what we are voting for in our favor, but don't stop voting, don't stop asking, don't stop making a stand. We have to. And if you don't vote, you give up every chance you thought you were ever going to have for democracy, justice, and equality on any level. It ain't going to happen, brother. It just ain't going to happen. And you are a young Black man. We need you. We need those who align with you to know better and to think better and to take that thought out of your mind, heart, spirit, taste in your mouth. Don't, please don't. If we never win, we cannot. We have fought too hard and we've lost too many for the right to vote, whether we win it or lose it. Please. That grieved me greatly. Either I misunderstood you, and if I did, I apologize to you profusely. But what I heard hurt me deeply, and I had to come and say it. I had to say it. It's too valuable, win, lose, or draw, for us to think about losing a right for that democracy to be able to have a speech or a chance to speak, even if we don't get a seat at the table or don't even get into the dining room. Please. I'm sorry, but please.
Okay. Okay. All right. We got some energy, some feelings going around. I love that. Thank you for sharing your experience and your insight. Come on in, Brother Sneed. Where you at? Hey, if you're new
Hello,
to here, you
can
better
you
get
hear
your
me?
pen and paper, right? Conversations move along. Go
Yeah.
ahead, good brother. I'm
Can
sorry.
you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm on my cell phone. I usually use my computer. I turned my computer on today and all my files were gone and the Zoom was gone. I don't know that there's some kind of update. But I just wanted to let you know I bought your book and I also went to Amazon and let them know that the other book was not authorized. And so they do have a section where you can make that comment anonymously. So I did that. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Awesome, man. I appreciate you. Oh, all right. All right. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
That's it. All right, my man. I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. He reminded me, hey, by the way, we got a book. Right. If you're interested, y'all know I'm terrible at like promoting this stuff. I'm good at starting conversations, but I don't be talking about that. So thank you, Brother Sneed. I appreciate that. Sister AJ, Queen AJ, come on into the discussion. Then I got Brother David.
Hi, Sam in the house here, Mama
Oh,
AJ.
yeah, Mama
Well, baby,
AJ in the building. Uh-oh, y'all
well,
the spark mama.
she ready to run too. She talking with us, with our elders. I very much appreciate what they just said because I think that part of it gets lost in translation. There are things from past that we have to let go. But there are some things that we worked too hard and went through too much for to simply say, oh, I think it's time to do away with this. Especially when they're telling us not to. It's not up to us to decide that. When they want us to stop, which I know they ain't told us to stop because I don't know if y'all believe in the spirituality like I did, but them mansions is burning down for a reason. These graveyards don't look the way that they look for a reason. Those waters are turning for a reason. So whether we like it or not, there's a connection to our history that is important for us to hold on to. And if we lose the touch of it, why we're doing something, sometimes it's that simple thought of your elder, because they are the ones that'll let us know, hey, this is why we do this. And this is why we can't stop to it, because we're getting disconnected from the past and the now. You can't disconnect from it. You cannot. Whether we like it or not, this is not about what we like, what somebody feels. This is about How do we're the blueprint. Somebody said, oh, well, they did this and this went on. First of all, we don't want to tell all of them to do it. That's how we in some of this DEI trouble right now. This is how we're in some of this trouble right now with the schools, with us not being able, oh, it's reverse discrimination now. They learned what the discrimination was from us. That's what they learned. They use our blueprint to get their agenda moved ahead. And if you don't understand that, please read between the lines, not what they put on the paper. Think for yourself. And if you need to be in communities like this so we can help you, hey, dot to dot. Because wait a minute, somebody missed the number. You have to be able to connect the dots between the two, because they're not doing things because, oh, the Black people don't matter. Nah, they know we matter. They know without us, first of all, they wouldn't be here without us. But a lot of us don't want to go there. Oh, we're not doing that. No, we're going to say it like it is. I don't care who's offended when it comes time to that, because we have been taught how to do it, but we want to disconnect from so many things that is destroying us in the process. Our tribal worlds that we were in, they don't have no blueprints for no families. Where theirs at? Please tell me which one of them created what. There's a video going around right now that I'm trying to figure out. I said, is this AI? Because I know Trump didn't say this. Because somebody put the pictures up of all the things Trump said that America is great for. That's what they claim. Like I said, I don't know if it's AI video or not. But it showed that we were the inventors for all of it. But that's what made America the top. That's what made it what it is. But it wouldn't be that without us. Every last one of them. And we have to remember that. Yes, the fight gets hard. It just looks different for us than it did for our elders and our ancestors. Our fight is this way. Their fight was brutal physically. But our generation is going through it in the other way, financially and economically and things like that. And of course, just that breakdown of the Black family, the buck breaking, that has continued from generation. They never stopped. We've been in slavery the whole time. They just changed the way they do it. That's it. But if we don't recognize the patterns because we don't have the history to help us get there, we just gonna be stuck in the same spot over and over and over and over again. Queen AJ over here, she want to speak.
Come on in.
I was just I was like continuing with my mom, because actually I think it was last class when we talked about with Miss Gwen, where like for graduations, at African graduations, they dance all in a circle after they graduate, they congregate together. But here, you can't do that after you get off the stage. They will take your diploma from you and like won't let you get it and all that if you do that here. But my mom was mentioning, she was like, this is the connection. We may not know where the connection comes from or why exactly we do these things, like, and it's so popular. But that's why, because we still have those connections. Even the some of the African dancing styles we were talking about, double dutch. Yeah, and there's an African dance style. I forgot what it's called, but it looks exactly like how we do double dutch, and then we do the singing with it, and we talk about how like this stuff is so significant because everybody does this other culture, but then we feel as though we all saying like, oh, but we not all connected. We not from Africa, and it's like, yes, you are. Even if you don't know why you do it, like go and like mom will say, like search, read between the lines. You will find it, and it will hold some significance.
The audacity, it was how easy it seemed for him. No hesitation.
Excellent, excellent. Brother David, I got some comments about your thoughts. What do you say, good sir? Then I got is that Wilmina? Hopefully I got that correct. All right, got you next.
The house was dark except for the porch.
All right, David, are you there? Maybe we got to come back to it.
I'm here. I hear maybe a TV or something going on in the background. But
yeah, I got you.
I mean, I do appreciate the passion of the elder who spoke about her personal experiences, and I would say that she and others like her should be more angry at the fact that those experiences have been propagandized to get your people to only vote and not expect anything in return. Because that's what's happened. See, every cycle when Black people start making demands and realize, like, hey, we've been played, maybe we should sit this out like the progressives did in 2010, which cost the Democrats at that time, I believe it cost them the House, and then later the Senate. But progressives didn't get what they wanted, and so they set out the next cycle, which led to the Tea Party taking over. So what they did was they understand that if their vote ain't being respected, they'll simply sit it out to make you respect them. So now you have to come back to the table and deal with them. What we do as a voting bloc is we've been conditioned into only voting for the Democrats. We don't even consider listening to or politicking or negotiating with the other side. And since we don't do that, the Democrats don't respect our vote. They know they got it, so they don't have to waste bargaining chips on us. That's the point I'm making. I started my comment by saying we should definitely politic with one another. But what's the sense of voting for a dying system where all white towns are popping up, where they are preparing for a civil war, where we have, at this point in time, no ability to protect ourselves, where a party that lost in the previous election stormed the Capitol because they lost, where there's a system in place where they could just change the rules whenever they want, and where there's a history of this happening to us before. Are we not? I mean, we talk about reading. Are we reading? Are we comprehending what we're reading? We bring up spirituality. I'm all about it. I actually agree that all of this stuff that we're seeing now is part of judgment. I believe America is under judgment, America in the Western world. There's all kinds of natural calamities going on, not just in America, but in Europe and Canada right now as we speak. But most of us, like in the days of Noah, are busy partying and kicking in and involved in the drama of society to even recognize what's going on. And that's why they get swept away in the flood of calamities. So look, I'm all about politicking, but we're being manipulated to the point that when someone comes with wise counsel, Dr. Claude Anderson worked in government for several decades under several administrations. He put his money behind fighting for what's owed to us. He put his money and time and broke away from that to come out and inform us of what was really going on and say, if you don't get this done by 2015, you're cooked. And we're in 2025 now, and we're watching the cooking of us. But we get more appalled because the question of our strategy, which is clearly hasn't worked, has been brought into question. No, our ancestors didn't die just for us to have a right to vote. Our ancestors went through all that so we could have a choice, so we could have a better life. And simply voting just to have this practice of voting is nonsense. It's asinine. It's elementary. It's an elementary understanding of what it means to engage in politics. You vote for something in exchange. You don't vote for one person to get put on the Supreme Court and say, "Oh, look at that, we made it." You don't vote for one person to be able to get something. You vote for the collective because the collective showed up to vote. So again, yes, we should be politicking, we should change our strategy. What's happened hasn't worked, ain't working. And if we continue on this, it's not going to work because the system is dying. I will point out to you, California is the best example of this. Sister Gwen, this is responding to Sister Gwen's comment. We did all the things. We were in the rooms. That's how we had the supermajority and all that in California. And when we put forth the bill that we wanted, Black folk wanted, all they had to do was be brought to the floor for a vote. And when it came time to do it, Democrats, Black Democrats, killed their own bill. These are the things that's being ignored because of the passion around the idea of voting and voting rights and all of this. We have that for a reason. And if the reason we got it ain't being utilized, if the reason that we got it ain't coming to fruition, it's not helping. Our children can't read. They're dying in the streets. They're doing all kinds of madness out here. It's not bearing any fruit. So that means we're doing something wrong. And so we should be able as adults to consider, I didn't cut in on anyone. We should be able to consider the reality we face. So again, in the California, we had all of that. We had all of the people in position ready to do the damn thing. And the Black Democrats killed their own bill. And then to show how much hypocrisy was in it, there was a Republican that said, yeah, I'll bring the bill to the floor for you because I know they would never second it for it to come up for a vote. We're being played. And if someone come and tell you you're being played, you're more mad at them instead of the fact that you're being played. So I'm saying we need to change our strategy. I just ordered bulk food from our farm. I am in a position, in a community that's ready for what's coming. We're trying to tell the rest of y'all what's coming. We're trying to tell the rest of y'all the reality. My family, we're straight because we already part of a collective that's in a position to feed ourselves when you go to the stores and ain't nothing on the shelves, or when you can't even go outside no more, or when it's too dangerous to go outside, because that's coming. As the minister said, what we see happening over there in Gaza is coming here. And we're, as I said, our party that we are given undying loyalty to, who are politicking for everyone else, they got us out here like sitting ducks. And me saying that to you offends you more than you facing reality of the fact that that's the situation. Very interesting.
Interesting. All right. We got some fire back in a different position. All right, we got a lot of hands. We got some interest here. We got a good conversation brewing. Let's be respectful. Let's continue to allow people to finish their thoughts, and I definitely make space for individuals as well. So Wilhelmina, I got Wilhelmina, Brother Al, and then Sister Denise coming up. So what say you, lady?
Hello, I am pleased to be here for my first time.
Oh, it's your first time. I'm sorry. That's the only time I'm gonna interrupt you is to say welcome and thank you for getting on the mic and trusting our community and engaging. So I always try to encourage people to participate. So thank you for doing that. All right, I'll be quiet.
And thank you for what you're doing on Facebook. So I've been like reading, and every now and then I think I've mentioned a few things, but I like the intellectual transactions that occur on Facebook because we need all the dialogue that we can get. We need to enlighten in every way that we can with whatever gifts God has given us. We need to use it because there is indeed a revolution going on. And as Brother David, I think, mentioned, he said something about cooking us. He used the word cooking us, and he mentioned being played. And I, as a writer, am, totally committed to doing what I can in the struggle to, in some way, help us to be more enlightened. And as one person mentioned, I forget, I didn't see the name good, but yeah, I too, I'm in my 70s, and I participated in the civil rights marches in Charleston, West Virginia, and went to an NAACP National Convention when Roy, I think it was his name.
Wilkins.
Roy Wilkins, when Roy Wilkins was alive and he was at the convention. That's how far back I go back, okay? And so like my current project, my musical that I'm working on, there's a line in it where the devil proudly says, the truth ain't the truth if a lie gets the juice. And so what we're doing, what you're doing, and what I so appreciate is the fact that, yes, that we're having this dialogue because we recognize the necessity in spreading the truth, in enlightening and educating our people, because a lot of people, unfortunately, don't know. And as this time goes on, those who have been involved, some of us are dying off, and we didn't pass on the knowledge. And then I spent a little time in the education system, and what was alarming to me was the fact that in the inner cities, in the urban schools, elementary schools where I was teaching, a lot of times we didn't have textbooks that the children could take home. And some of the textbooks that were used were raggedy, torn up, you know, and this is all deliberate. And we have to know that what we do will have an impact on our generations behind us, and we must do what we can to prepare them. And so, once again, I am thankful for what Urban Intellectuals is doing and having this dialogue, because whatever talents that we have, we must use it. And oh yeah, my current musical, The Devil Ain't Gonna Win, is what I just quoted from. But my current musical, I do mention Urban Intellectuals as being a source for my teacher character, getting some of her information for her students.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Let us know if we can help. You can reach out to us, and I'll try to be my eccentric self just to give you something interesting to include. So I can't. Only part. Thank you, sister, and thank you for participating as well. Thank you for being here and participating. Right. I genuinely believe this show is special and it's different because it ain't really about me, right? It's not really about the host. It's really about the community. And I think we all have a lot to say, and we're spirited and we're passionate about it. And we're seeing a bit of that today. And we don't agree on everything, right? We don't agree on everything. I think we all want us to move forward. Whatever that means to the individuals is different. So we gotta have spaces where we can have these conversations, where we can disagree respectfully, and commune and still pour into and build on one another. So I love that. I'm gonna refrain from my positioning because y'all got me fired up. I like want to jump in here too, but I'm gonna be good for now. I'm gonna be a good host for now and keep the conversation going. I'm gonna let Brother Al. I got Brother Al, then Sister Denise coming up into the discussion. So, Brother Al, what say you, young man?
First, let me say hello to the family, and I appreciate so much the conversation. I believe that our greatest natural resource is us, human beings, and our ability to think, believe, and create is at the heart of that resource. One of the things that I am so thankful of today is the diverse perspectives that are being presented here today.
Yeah.
But that's the reason for the dialogue, because in each perspective, there is value. When I listen to Brother David talk about we being played, when I listen to Sister Gwen and Mother AJ, I hear what they're saying. What I see about politics is going back to, you remember when you raised this question and you never really talked about it, propaganda. That has stuck with me ever since, because there is something that goes with propaganda that we have not gotten to, and that is the concept of brainwashing.
Now you could.
Propaganda is a tool that's employed in the concept of brainwashing. Perspective is reality on an individual basis. But how many of us have been introspective enough to know that the thoughts we're thinking are pure, honest, and just? And if they are pure, honest, and just, upon what foundation have you built this perspective on? There are some interesting challenges that I think we must face. When Gwen talks about and Brother David too talked about the division that exists in the 80s. There were studies done that said the differences within any given race is far greater than the differences that exist between the races. If that is so, then those in power don't want you to participate in a system that they stay victorious in, because those who do vote maintain their authority of those who we say aren't working for us. The problem that I've seen over the course of my life is that we seem to have this savior mentality. If I vote you into office, then you're going to save me, rather than me being a party of everything you say and do. And if what you're saying and doing ain't what we want you to say and do, your term is very limited. That participation part is where I think the strategy of voting has failed. We don't participate. We don't, because if we send honest people into the lion's den with pork chop suits on, and we expect them not to be devoured, then what wisdom are we employing? I've said this before. This is not a democracy. This is a republic. The reason it is not a democracy is because the founding fathers knew that if 51% of the people could determine the outcome, their superiority was in extreme jeopardy. But if you can only send one, two, three, four, five different people up here who we can then grab hold of and intimidate by whatever means necessary, then we can still maintain our control. But I think that we have to be willing, first of all, to understand that the division that exists is not just within Black folks, it's between the races. Because if Blacks are not in line with whites, and whites are not in line with Hispanics, and Hispanics are not in line with Asians, all of these divisions maintain the power structure. And we don't seem to understand how this power structure is maintained. And this is historical. I mentioned the spirituality of life one time, and I was talking about the Nicene Conference under Constantine in 325 BC.
AD.
Constantine co-opted these bishops. He didn't try to change them. He didn't try to threaten them. As a matter of fact, he sugarcoated because he paid for their expenses to come there. And if they did not move in the direction that he wanted them to move in, he would withdraw some of his benefits. He would intimidate some of the people that was there, because Constantine knew that religion was a key component in brainwashing. Propaganda. It was the propaganda. And he needed to have his bishops doing the work of propaganda so that his rulership over his kingdom would be secure. That's why he called them together. As a matter of fact, Arius, who was a priest at that time, was one of the most controversial priests at that time because of the subject of the divinity of Jesus Christ. And that's even an issue today. Arius didn't believe that Christ was equal to God. He believed that he was a divine figure. Now, all of the other, and that was controversial and creating a lot of uproar in Constantine's society. And he wanted that resolved. So these bishops came together and made a vote, but they voted in accordance with the benefits they were getting from Constantine, not on the true theology of the essence of the question in front of them. And I think when we talk about propaganda, and ever since you mentioned that word, I said, man, how deep is this? Freddie, we need to talk about propaganda one
Come here,
day.
brother.
We really do, because uh, I raised the question to myself. If what you've come to believe to be true is in fact a lie, will you be psychotic? And that is a question that I've had to ask myself time and time again. I believe in the spirituality of life. When I look at the human being, when I listen to all the intellect that's being poured out today, man, this didn't happen by accident. People, the ability that we have as human beings, did not happen by accident. It didn't involve, at least to me, it didn't evolve from monkeys. But I believe that people have free will. So if you want to believe you came from monkeys, I'm cool with that. but you know, that's not my belief. When I look at the very earth that sustains us, this didn't happen by accident.
Yeah.
There is a spirituality to life. There's a truth to life. And I've said this before, and people say, well, there's only one truth. No, there's not. If there was only one truth, then we wouldn't have the issues with this president that we got. So perspective is reality on an individual basis, and propaganda is a major tool in determining one's perspective. So I thank everybody for this controversy, for this dialogue, because if we don't talk about the things we disagree on, we will never come to any meaningful solution. So again, thank you very much.
Brother Al got me fired up. And Brother Al, I promise we're going to have this propaganda discussion. I want to have it in a correct manner, though. That's what I'm working on behind the scenes. I'm trying to figure out who exactly I need to know, who exactly I need to bring to this discussion. Because to me, I think it's the pivotal conversation. Yeah, we want to talk politics, we want to talk voting, we want to talk economics, we want to talk all of this. All of this is done through a prism of understanding, and we don't see that our understanding is manipulated. What you believe is literally manipulated and driven, unless you can break away from the quote unquote matrix, which most people haven't. Most of us think we have, because we don't really understand this concept of propaganda and the links of effort that people have gone through to influence you. And I don't think I think most of us believe that we're above it. Oh, I'm beyond proud. Oh, no, I'm too intelligent. I'm too well read. Well, what books are you reading? Because you're probably reading books that's been put in front of you and they make you believe a certain thing. And you can be well educated, but unless you anyway, I don't want to even try to break it down yet, but I believe like that's the key element. Because everybody that spoke today believe they're correct. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not disagreeing with anyone, right? All I'm just saying is when you just take a step back and start to better understand propaganda, you can start to see how you could fall into something. And Denise, I got you coming up next. But I'm gonna share one quick thing.
Okay.
No, you know what? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let you go. I don't want to influence you. I don't want to add no propaganda.
Hey, um, we were talking today. This is a good discussion, it really is. And this is my second time coming to Urban Intellectual. And
Grandma been
this is
looking
my
for you.
first time speaking. I just like to listen. But this was a good one. And
Good,
so
good.
I
Yeah, I had to
decided,
get you in there. We
yeah,
pulled you in. We
I had to
was
get
trying to
in.
get
And it's not because, like the others have been saying, it wasn't because I disagree with anybody. I believe in everybody having their own opinions.
you. Mhm.
And I believe that whatever your truth is, whatever you believe is your truth, that's your truth. But today in our Sunday school class with our youth, because I teach youth, teenage girls, and it is so important that we teach our youth that just because you hear something, it is not always factual. And we're here and we're sitting and we see all of the things that are happening. And I listen to people that's my age. I'm 64. And I listen to people younger than me. I listen to people older than me. But at the end of the day, we have to decide, what are we going to believe? And truly, what can we do? I'm an educator and I have grandchildren, and I help parents that homeschool their children. Because education is truly going down the tubes right now, I can't complain about what the governor of Florida is doing. I'm not going to get upset about his DEI. I'm not going to get upset about him snatching all the Black history books out. I'm not going to get upset about him saying what you can't teach. I left education January the 31st, 2023, when he decided that they were going to take all of the Black books out of the schools. We were not going to be able to talk about Black history. I can't fight a system, but I don't have to work for that system. So I left the system. I still teach Black history. I still talk to our Black kids about where we've come from, what we need to do. The problem I'm seeing, though, is we, some kind of way, I don't have no answers. I'm just saying, we got to mobilize. We got to do more to get in the room. I feel like we are so disrespected. We make the noise, we say what we say, and it's almost like they look at us and say, okay, well, they made their noise, they did their sit-ins, they've done what they've done. And then we get our other brothers and sisters that they claim cross the aisle. They'll sit in the room, but when they go to do their voting, they're going to vote the way they're going to vote. They're going to talk the talk, because it's all about self. It's all about self. And then we'll say, we're going to vote them out of there. What do? We go right back to the polls, and we'll give the excuse, well, the other person, I didn't know the other person. I wouldn't care if you didn't know them. Put somebody else in there and let these jokers know. I'd rather put a nobody in there than to put a crook back in there, because that's all they are, is crooks. Everybody backdooring everybody doing what everybody want to do, and then you come home and lie to everybody in the community. I was up there fighting. You wasn't up there doing a goddamn thing but greasing your palm and getting what you thought you was going to get. And I'm just fed up. I am. I wouldn't mind getting into politics, but I can't. My lips not that long. I'm not kissing no behind, and they probably be done killed me before I can even get there. And I'm just being honest. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing in my community. I'm going to keep talking to these Black kids. I'm going to keep talking to them in the Walmart. I'm going to keep talking to them on the corner. I'm going to keep talking to people on the street. Somebody going to say, here's something one day. And that's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. I just had to get that off my chest.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
just had to
ma'am.
get it
Yes,
off my
ma'am.
chest. So I'm done with that preaching. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it.
Amen.
It's funny. I posted in the comments. I said, Sister Denise is fed up. She is tired of y'all nonsense. But it's true. And like, that's what I was gonna get at. Cause hey man, I respect the elders. I respect the people before us that done put in the work. I respect the people who last month that's been putting in the work on them front lines. And there's a lot of people out here been working their tail off and putting their careers on the line for our advancement. Um, but I also respect what Brother David is saying. It ain't working. We hurting. This is the thing. This is the thing. We gotta learn how to respect the past and appreciate the efforts because folks put their livelihood on the line. I don't think a lot of us respect that because a lot of us are keyboard warriors and we say things up until a point. We say things as long as it don't jeopardize me, my life, and my crumbs that I got. I'll say some things, but as soon as it start, oh, I ain't about to come out there and be on camera talking about, nah, black folks need this and we ain't doing that. No, I ain't gonna do that. But I'll like the post, I'll share it, I'll do those things, but I ain't gonna go down there and face the dogs.
Personal risk.
Oh, yeah. I ain't gonna put no skin in the game. I'm gonna want to benefit from
Yep.
those that put the skin in the game.
Yep.
But I ain't going down there. I'm gonna let me be easy. That's how most of us are, and I put me in that group, right? Because folks tell me, "Oh, you need to run for politics." No, no, no. Folks crazy. They kill folks. I ain't got time for that. I ain't trying to die. I'm not a martyr. They better than me. All of them. I tell y'all, if you've been around urban elections, I let you know all of them are better than me. And Dr. King, all of them better than me. What do you want from me? You want the truth or you want me to lie to you, right? They better than me. I respect it. But to Brother David's point, the politics ain't got us where we should be.
No.
And the issue that I have is listen, I agree with a lot of what Brother David talks about personally. And this is why you don't hear me talking politics. You don't see me telling y'all to go vote for this person and let's get involved in that. You don't hear me saying it. You've never have. The platform Urban Intellectuals is formally almost 10 years old. We'll be 10 in December 2nd, 2025. We'll be 10. You have never heard us endorse a political candidate, not Obama, not Kamala, not anybody, because I don't think that politics is the bag that carries our future. And I'm not a believer because of the history and what are we getting out of this? What are we getting out of this? And what I'm alluding to and what I'm getting at, and I think that we are naive about, is we really believe that a party has our best interests at heart. And that's really where I diverge. I don't think so. But I also understand history. And let me just bring up this post to make the point. So we posted this the other day, 2
But
days.
tell us the alternative, though, Freddie.
Hold on. I'm gonna come there because we got an alternative. I posted a book already about it, which is the wagging of the dog of the political parties. This is you. Somebody mentioned the Tea Party, the MAGA movement, moving inside of these political arms, but you gotta have some. Let me come on camera. Let me come on camera. You gotta have some backbone. And the backbone don't come by chastising people who vote or don't vote, particularly your way or the way that they don't, or whatever. The backbone comes after you come out and vote and you show up, and the next election cycle you don't vote for their ass, or you vote against them, you vote their ass out, and you suffer the
Consequences.
you gotta suffer the consequence. Because if you tell me you want something and you're gonna vote, yeah, we come out 97%, 95% for the Democratic Party, but this is what we insist on having. And then the entire cycle go through and we don't get nothing. And then they say, vote for us again. We're going to give it to you next time. And you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again. And you wake up and it's 60 years later, and we're still playing the same game. At some point, you got to go suffer the consequence. Now, I said, when Kamala was running, I said, don't vote. I was like, we shouldn't vote. We should just back out. We should just let Trump win. Folks said it was crazy. You crazy. That's crazy. They're going to bury us. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. Guess what? You lost anyway. And now you lost all of your political leverage. You voted for them in strength, in mass, in numbers, and still lost. So now what incentive does the Democratic Party have to bend to you? They have none. But this wasn't just about Kamala. And I'm not saying she was a good candidate, a bad candidate. I think she was head and shoulders better than Trump, but it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what these political parties think. Don't none of these people love you. This is what I'm getting at. Don't none of them love you, and it's all fluid on their membership, right? So I posted this. The party switch was real. How Dixiecrats and the KKK move into the GOP. It's like we don't understand the history of the political parties. They literally are fluid. Black folks didn't become in mass, we didn't become Democrats until the mid 60s. It's like we don't even know this history. We used to be Republican. A lot of us moved after a certain period. You can read this particular post. I go into a lot of it, but this ain't magic. This is just understanding. This is just reading. All you got to do is go back and read. But if you go back even to the Republican Party, black folks, you see the black Republicans, you're Republicans, and the KKK is the home of the Democratic Party. Well, we know that the ideology switched and it moved. And all of these things. My point with bringing this up is it's all fluid. And before the Republicans and the Democrats figured out that, hey, man, if we're just two birds of the same, if we're two wings of the same bird, we can just manipulate everybody. There used to be 5, 6, 7 political parties. But we don't even want to listen to voting third party or voting for anybody else because you got to vote Democrat. You don't understand the sacrifice. We got to lose sometimes. When you come up and you say, this is our demands, and the party literally looks you in the face and say, we ain't giving you that, whatever, because we know you're going to vote for us next time. They're not saying that to your face. They blowing smoke up your backside. Gwen, I'm trying to do better. They blowing smoke up your backside, and you continue to fall into that. They're never going to honor you. And this is where we are 60 years later. And I listen, every voting cycle, and you can check me on this, going back to Urban Intellectuals got on Facebook in 2009. Before that, that's when I got on Facebook. But if you talk to me before that, every political cycle, I talk about the ballot or the bullet. Malcolm X said it in 1964. And if you read it or you listened to it in 64, it sounded like he was talking about today. But guess what we ain't doing? Listening. We got our heads up a political party's backside. I'm doing better, Gwen. I'm doing better. And we got our heads up their backside, and we just insist that, no, they're going to do right by us. They not. They don't love you. Amanda Seales, if y'all didn't watch that, One Black Radical versus 20 Black Republicans, the thing that I loved about that she said was, no, the political parties, there was absolutely, I think, and I quote, there absolutely was a switch. Absolutely, there was a party change, but that doesn't mean that that the Democratic Party love you. They don't. They ain't got all they have in interest is in using you to gain the political power for them to get what they want. And this is the game that we haven't figured out. You actually believe that people have the best interests of others at heart. And then somehow God is going to make them act morally right.
Responsible.
They are not. They have proven to you time and time again. They have no interest in this place called heaven that we are all also obsessed about. They have no interest in it. And I only say that because their actions don't align with the words. And then the acting right of a benevolent people, that ain't never been their ways. Never. Not am power structure that came over here from Europe that murdered, death, killed. the indigenous people of the population that went out to Africa and grabbed individuals and brought them over here. Never mind, never live. And to say that is skipping over. They murdered, death, killed the African population. They murdered, death, killed the Australian population, the South American population, the Central American population, the Caribbean population, the Asian population, the Indian like everywhere it's been one mentality. And somehow we go to church, we come out convinced that they're gonna have the best interests of other people at heart. Just if we act right, if we dress right, if we speak correctly, if we, it ain't never happened. So when do we wake up and try something different? The only thing that we haven't tried is political dissent, which is the reason I put the book Black Power, The Politics of Liberation, Kwame Ture and Charles Hamilton, because I think they do a very good job of outlining Black MAGA, Black Tea Party, how to operate inside of the Democratic Party and force their hand. But you're going to have to suffer through some midterm elections, through some presidential cycles, till people start to realize you serious. But we ain't never been serious. We get mad, we get frustrated when we don't get nothing, but y'all get right back out there on the campaign trail. You get right back in front of them dogs. You get right back in front of them bullets. You get right back on the front lines. And they know that you're going to do it because we don't got the intestinal fortitude to lose intentionally. We lose unintentionally anyway. Our schools are crap. Our unemployment rate, I just saw, is double the white unemployment rate, which is a historical norm. Our educational system is terrible. We ain't got no mental health facilities. We're over policed. We're over sentenced in the judicial system. Every angle of life, we lose it. And all we argue about is doing the same thing with more fervor, more humility. It's time to scrap that. We got to scrap. That's how I feel. That's how I feel personally. That's why if you come to me talking the political conversation, I'm like, we got to have a conversation. I'm not never telling you not to vote. I ain't never telling you to disrespect the ancestors. But what I am telling you is, did nobody march, die, and suffer for your right to vote? They marched, died, and suffered for your freedom. And it's a difference between just voting and being free. That's my opinion. That's my stance, which is why you will never see urban intellectuals get involved in the political anything, because I think it's a clown show. I think it's a clown show, and I won't get involved. That don't mean I don't vote. Brother Freddie didn't say that. I voted in all the elections because a lot of y'all say, if you didn't vote, you ain't got no voice. I'll be like, I voted. Pull up a chair, and I got things to say. Now, you might not agree with me, and that's fine. Just because I talk don't mean I'm right. But I got an opinion just like you do. And just like many of us, it might be contrary or whatever the case may be. But all I know is through looking at us through the historical lens, we losing. And then when you factor in the global sphere of what's happening, we're hitching our train to a dying horse, and we don't even see it. This is why I like to rather have a global conversation. I'd rather talk about global African unity because this ship is sinking and we fighting to be the trumpet players on board the Titanic. And it's ridiculous to me. It drives me crazy. I can't understand it. I think we're very intelligent. We're the most passionate, creative people, I don't know, I've seen on the planet. But for some reason, we don't get this. And the reason I think is propaganda, which is why I'm like waiting to have this conversation. But I want to get the right group of people because we're missing a lot. Brother David, I'll let you come in here. I only got fired up. I ain't even me. I've tried to stay out of the conversation, but
Well, I'm glad you didn't, because the thing is, I could say something, but it has more credibility, I believe, on the platform created by the creator when you say these things, because you're looking at history. And we have an issue not just with facing reality, but we have an issue comprehending words that's being said. And that's because we do have a level of mental illness that is part of this discussion, which is why propaganda works so well on us. See, I mentioned propaganda when I said the narrative of our ancestors dying for our vote, what they normally push back. That's what they normally push at us when we start making demands and saying, well, let's sit this one out and make them respect our vote, which is essentially what happened. So to Gwen's point, there were a lot of black people that set out, not just black men, black people. And that's another part of the propaganda is black men are always teased out of the discussion as the issue when black men and women voted for Trump in the same numbers, just as black men and women sat out this election because what happened in California. And not just what happened in California, because we're seeing resources that should go to us, go to everyone else. As I pointed out earlier, when it comes to buying power in the Democratic Party, white women are $6.5 trillion in buying power. You have, after them, you have the Latino community that's flirting with $4 trillion in buying power. You have the immigrant community that's over $3 trillion in buying power. You have the LGBTQ community that's somewhere between $3 and $5 trillion of buying power. You have the Asians and us at around the same number of buying power, but there's more than twice as many of us it is than them. And they still above us. That alone, right there, that alone should make you pause and say, hold on, this ain't right. Not to mention our education numbers. See, I conduct a self-improvement class every Friday in the Nation of Islam. And our topic, ironically, has been the education challenge, a need for a new educational paradigm. When you listen to that history about what white folk have done across this globe, what we teach and what's backed up by the facts, actual facts, is that their whole paradigm is about domination. That's one thing we won't face as a people. If we understand that they are all about domination, then we can look at everything they do as a means to an end of domination. So as somebody else pointed out, there's people that sell, I believe it was Al, who pointed out that there are people, no, it was a sister Denise, that pointed out that we have politicians that sell out. I believe both of them may have said this. We have politicians that sell out. Just like, Al pointed out during the Nicene Council that Constantine had foot the bill for folk to show up. And if you didn't do, then they'll cut off your resources. That's still happening today. That's history. Who knows that history? Very few people. But we're making decisions. How you gonna make decisions if you don't have all the information? You can't make the best decision if you don't have all the information. So today we still have politicians selling out. Marcus Garvey, I pointed this out maybe last week or 2 weeks ago, said the exact same thing. He pointed out that black leaders are self-interested. They go and get the degrees, they go and get the credentials, then they come out and they say things to tickle our ear. Then we support them. But all the end result is for us to end up with nothing. White supremacy still has their dominant position, and those leaders have their trinkets that they sell out for. It's the same game. We talk about, look, if the goal is to communicate, and back in the 1800s, we had the Morse code system, right? That's how we communicate. Man, that's a revolution. Oh, good, look, we could communicate now. What a great thing. We're in 2025. Sticking to the past strategy is like being in 2025 with all the technology we have and still saying we're going to use Morse code. That's what's going on here. So there's only one solution. There's only one solution. There's only one solution. And that's to politic with each other. So like the sister said who was a teacher, she said she still teach. That's politicking with yourself, with your people. She still teaches. She removed herself from that system, but she still teaches. And if you're not going to fund your politicians, then you are setting them up to be slaughtered. Which is why in the nation we fund the minister Farrakhan. We do that so they can't put a muzzle on his mouth. So they can't do anything to. They can't do anything to him. And he's alive and well right now with his wife by his side in his 90s. Right now today, he ain't in the public no more, but he's teaching us still. Our instructions is, hey, everything that has to be said has already been said. Now we're gonna watch God work, and that's what we're watching. But we're given time. See, judgment is increasing by degree. That's how it happens, by degree, to give us time to wake the hell up. So I appreciate you saying what you said because it needed to be said. Look, when the truth comes and it goes against everything you believe, you become disillusioned. And we got to go through that. It's a bitter pill to swallow. It's a tough position to be in, but it's part of the process. We need to break ourselves away from this system. But in scriptures it says our covenant, our agreement with hell won't stand. So whether you like it or not, you're going to be severed from it. Either you're going to do it willingly or you're going to go through this chastisement and before you learn what's going on. Because the same thing that happened in the day of Noah, same thing that happens in the day in Babylon, the same thing that happened in Egypt, the same thing that happened over and over again, that we constantly have these same stories over and over again. You don't even got to deal with the Abrahamic tradition. All the traditions tell you what corruption is widespread. Something happens, a change happens. And one other thing, we see what's happening over there in Gaza. And the minister told us that that's coming here. And because our weak leadership, that we just feel we have to get behind them, they set us up for the kill. But I'm going to give you a sobering reality check. A Jewish leader was a woman that was speaking in Atlanta a few years ago. She was talking about the threat to their power is the Black youth. So they're coming for our youth. And while they're coming for our youth, we're sitting here trying to find a comfortable position in their world. Meanwhile, they're coming for our children. It's going to be a lot of blood on your hands. That's just the reality of it. There's going to be a lot of blood on your hands because you chose to listen to. See, there was two Jesuses during the time of the crucifixion. We don't know. Many of us don't know that. The Barabbas, or whatever his name was Jesus. It was Jesus Barabbas on the cross for Jesus. So there's two Jesuses. Which one are we choosing? Which one did they choose? So we're going to make the same mistake again? We're going to keep ignoring the wise words that our true leaders, unapologetic leaders have given us? Or we're going to continue to listen to Jesus Barabbas? How many people know that there were two, that both of them name was Jesus? First of all, some of us in here, we say we know the scriptures. Do we really know the scriptures? Part of the reason why we making these mistakes is because we really don't know the scripture. We really don't read the scriptures. To be honest with you, you wait for a pastor to tell you what the scriptures mean. You ain't crack that book open and read it for yourself, then cross-reference it with the ancient text to see what the real word was that they used, and then see what the meaning of that word is, and then cross-reference it with the other a religious text. You know, that's what it means to read and to study and to research. Not just listen to what somebody told you or listen to a 5-minute clip of somebody that says something and then go off here and start repeating and parroting lies and misinformation and misunderstanding and propaganda.
Yeah. Good. All right. All right. That's a good spirited conversation. Come on, Sister Gwen, jump in here. Hey, watch these
I'm
coming
here.
on, y'all. If y'all newer here, let me give you like a little quick tip. I should got to starting with this. Get a notebook. Because the conversations be moving and folks be saying stuff, you be all over the place. You forget what you wanted to say. So get a notebook, take your notes down. All right, Gwen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to say, while we are throwing out questions, and you were saying about the global piece, looking more globally, and I had originally said, if the person who is in the White House, before he got in the White House, I was leaving this country because it is a sinking ship and it has a bunch of holes and halfway down, down in the ocean. And so I had done my homework because you can't, it's not wise to not do your homework. And I had decided I was going to try to buy a house or rent a house on the shores, on the beaches of in Tanzania. They have a reputable president and they have a peaceful country. And I did my homework. And let me just not go into the whole thing. But I then thought, well, what about the people who, number one, can't get off the ship? And what about the people who want to get off the ship who can't? And my husband and I had watched several documentaries and dramatizations of what happened to the Jews when Hitler rose. And, just like people voting for person in the White House, I'm sure there were some Jews who voted for Hitler. And people got all excited about him. People thought they could control him. And he just reigned terror and just got worse and worse and worse until it was over. But the things that people went through, people could have gone and left and gotten out much earlier, gone somewhere else. But they were thinking, oh, well, this will pass over, or oh, he's not going to bother us, or oh, I'm financially set, so he's not going to.
A lot of us think our money gonna save us.
Yes, and our money and prestige, or our money, or where we live, or the neighbor that's next door to us that we don't know that well, but maybe they would help protect us. All of those things didn't happen. If you watch the Holocaust in America, it really shows moment by moment, bit by bit, what really happened and how people were caught. And then it came to a point where people were trying to leave, and then they got on a boat and nobody wanted them, and they were sailing from port to port. America wouldn't accept them. I think they rounded up in Brazil, and they were accepted there. And so I know people say to themselves, oh, well, I don't want to change my life. And then you have another group saying, oh, we were here before everybody else, so why should we leave? This is our land. But, if you are in a house and termites have eaten up your house and it's falling down all around you, you can stay in the house, but when the roof falls on your head, what are you going to do? So my question to people is, there are a lot of countries, but you have to do your homework. But there are a lot of countries who keep saying, to us, countries in Africa, why are you still suffering over there when you could be here? And they're building beautiful homes and building places, and I mean, that's what I was teaching. That's what AJ was referring to. She was talking about the dance, and that was the last piece. But for a month, we've been learning about the real Africa. I'm now teaching about the universities in Africa, the universities where some of my students are interested in learning more about the universities, and so therefore, I am teaching about that, but that came from looking at the real Africa. So many things that they were saying, oh, I didn't realize Africa had that many universities. I didn't realize that Africa had that many cities. Oh, look how beautiful that home is, and so on and so forth, because we always get the flies in the eyes and
Big
the
bellies.
yes, and the illnesses and the terror
Propaganda.
and
Propaganda.
all propaganda. So my question is, if you before we get my concern is before we get to the place where all of the Jewish people were, because this history is just repeating itself in just a different way at a different space. But before we get to the place where all of the people are being picked up. Don't think that this man sending the military to these large places where large groups of African Americans live. Don't think that that's not a strategy, a strategic way of already having them in place. So when they have to start picking people up, or when they're commanded to do so because some little incident might happen, they are ready to do so. So are you ready to move or go someplace else? And there is a video that lists all the countries you should not go to because they don't treat Black people right either. One was France, and it went on down the list. One was Turkey. I was just surprised about some of the places, but I'm just throwing that out there too, because there might come a time, and it might be sooner than later, that we all should be getting off this out of here. We should be getting up out of here. I know some people say, I don't have anywhere to go. I'm not doing that. But or I built my whatever, but that's what the Jews thought. They had in Poland, they had their businesses. They were doing well. They thought that they would be all right. And then they had a night of glass. And the night of glass was when they came and just destroyed every business, where they were breaking the windows of the shops. And it was called the Night of Glass. They had it in it
I'm
was in
sorry.
Germany.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Gwen, but if you think about it, that was Black Wall Street.
Yes,
That was all of these
exactly.
places. They've been doing this to us on a consistent basis.
Right, right.
Yeah, go
And
ahead. I'm sorry.
and you're right. And there are two other places I'm going to be teaching about. One had a railroad, even had a railroad, and they put that underwater. One place, they were building airstrip, and the federal government stopped that. So it's not that we don't do, is that when we do, they come and make sure that they destroy it. So the question is, how long are we going to continue to suffer their mental illness? Because there's
Yes.
mental illness on both sides. There's mental illness definitely on their side. It's mental and spiritual illness on their side, and it's mental illness on our side, because after a while you're like an abused spouse. How long
Yes.
are you going to continue to suffer through the abuse? there are only a few ways to remedy that through either getting out of here, or through violence, because what Trump was saying about I think he was really talking about the homeless people, but he was talking about the violence. They're raised to be violent. And I was saying there is no other group of people on this earth that have been more violent than the ones talking. A representation of the one that was talking, which was him and his group, and he's part German. So my question is, we have one other alternative. We've talked about, trying to get whatever political, whichever way you decide to go. But what about just getting on up out of here? Because we all just left. And just think of it. If every Black person left this country, what you're talking about, David, you're talking about making a statement and doing some damage. I mean, it would just devastate the country. The boat would just sink all the way down, because then they would know how much we are to be valued, even when they don't value us. I'm through. Let me just say this. Happy Grandparents' Day to grandparents, to all grandparents on here. It's Grandparents' Day, so happy Grandparents' Day to everyone on here. So, okay,
Shout out to
thank
the
you.
grands. Yeah, to all the parents that's been promoted to grandparent. I heard I'm not one of y'all yet. Well, not yet, right? So one day. But I love everything Sister Gwen was talking about, and that leaving conversation, that Garvey and that joke, and my people been here and listen, and this whole, we indigenous to the land. You're not, right? The history don't back that up. It sounds good on social media, but everything you read on social media isn't true, right? Turns out people lie on the internet. People exaggerate on the internet. That's kind of crazy to think. I know. I thought everything was true too. No, I didn't. But we gotta understand. Well, okay, here's what I want you to understand. Africa has always been the jewel of the world, and it's still the jewel of the world. And if you do like some futuristic research about where trends are going, turns out it's the jewel of the world, right? So Gwen's conversation about moving to the continent, about leaving here, my conversation about we hitching our wagon to a dying train or a dying horse. Bruh, I mean, just look at what they say. Look at the writing on the wall, read the tea leaves. Like, what is big money doing? What are all the people with money doing? And if you don't know any people with money, ask yourself that question. Why don't you even know anyone with money? And if you know anybody with like real money, I ain't talking about six figures, right? I'm talking about like real money, like 7, 8, 9 figures, right? Like, what are they doing? Like, what is the trend amongst rich people? The trend is multiple citizenships outside of the United States. Everybody's gonna hang on to their passport. So listen, don't join the white supremacist conversation that tells me, because I let them know I'm leaving. Don't worry about me. I'm leaving. Like, I'm gonna leave the country. Don't worry about me. I'm going to leave. But I understand that the opportunities exist outside of this country rather than inside. But I understand that big money's doing the same, right? So they're getting dual citizenship or tri citizenship. They're getting as many passports as they can get their hands on. That's number one, right? Because when the empire falls, you don't want to be caught on the inside. There's a great book by Ray Dalio. Let me look it up real quick for y'all. Ray Dalio, new book. Hold on. How Countries Go Broke, The Big Cycle, right? He's the author of Principles. Principles is like a really big book. Everybody reads. He's a hedge fund billionaire dude. Da da da. That's not important. But it's the cycle of if y'all been around, I've been talking a little bit about this. But the point is, America is in the downward cycle of losing its world power, right? And he tracks like other empires that was the world dominant currency, meaning the world trades their resources in dollars. And then what happens to that country when the world no longer trades in those dollars? They go to the yen. The yen seems to be the next one up. Like what happens to the reserve currency? And what we're experiencing in these rapid prices, these $18 12 look, they just put in a little cheap little joint too. 12 honey barbecue wings, $18, right? Your experience, it's not because this is worth more, it's the dollar is worth less. And that's something that we don't want to talk about. So your retirement is not going to stretch as far as you've been promised. Anyway, that's another conversation. But the last developing continent on the planet is Africa. I've gone through this many times. Africa's going through the Industrial Revolution. America went through the Industrial Revolution almost 200 years ago. 35 million people went from poverty to the middle class, and it made them a world power. There's going to be somewhere between 300 to 500 million people in Africa going from poverty to the middle class. In a continent that has all of the world's resources, in a continent that has the average age of 19 years old, the opportunities are stupendous over there. And if I was a retiree, y'all are amazing because you could move over there and literally live like a king on your monthly retirement check that you're probably just getting by here in the States. But I can tell you, if you're doing $2,000 a month, I don't know what you're doing. Hopefully, you're doing a lot more than that surviving in America. But if you take that over there, they might carry you around on a chariot. Like literally, that's what's going on. And we're fighting to stay in a place where they will not only take your check if they could, they'll stab you in the back on the way, right? And do it with a smile on their face because you Negroes don't deserve no happiness, right? It's just wild what can happen outside of the States. I don't believe that you need to go fight and suffer and to stay here, right? I'm never going to sell that story. And if you feel like, oh, my ancestors always been here and we're going to stand and fight, then good luck. Freddie not going to be here. Freddie and his people ain't going to be here. And you can call me every name you want, but you probably won't see me because I'm going to be somewhere else. And I don't believe it's worth fighting for it. That's my opinion, right? That doesn't make it yours, or any of that. But I just want the best for our people. And I don't believe that suffering is part of that. I don't think that, I don't believe the curse. I don't believe we're a cursed people. I don't think we need to be cursed for hundreds of years. I think there are psychopathic people on this planet that we've been engaged with because everybody don't got this same story. I don't believe like that's a thing. I believe you're a blessed people. I believe you're a beautiful people. I believe you deserve happiness in your lifetime, not just when you pass and go to heaven. And I hope you go to heaven. But I don't believe you got to go suffer during this lifetime to enjoy it. And I want more happiness for us. We done been through hell. Your cells, your cells are full of danger and threat and just pain and suffering. Like we've been through enough of this mess. I want better for you. I want better for your children. I want a clear conscience. I want a clear DNA. I want you to be able to pass along the truth. I want you to, I just believe we deserve better. And I don't think you gotta suffer to get it. That's my opinion. You know, I'm not your resident theologian, and I ain't trying to come out the Bible and tell you any of that. This is Freddieism 103. It's my 103 class. But I believe we done been through hell already. I believe you experienced hell. You lived in it. And if you didn't, your parents or I damn sure your grandparents did, and your great grands and the ones before them. And let's not even go to those individuals that survived them boats. You done been through literal hell on earth. It's time for some happiness. So I just want to encourage you to go find it. I want to encourage you to pass it forward. I want to encourage you to 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 challenge your next generation to live it. We deserve it, man. We done worked our tails off. Well, I say we, but I'm young, y'all. I'm 49, right? And I know if we got some 20-year-olds, he old. But let me tell you something. Nope, because my daddy called you 70 somethings young people, right? He 96, right? He'd be like, oh, young woman. Well, actually, he'd be 96 in October. Let me get that. Let me get that right. Yeah. I don't want to cheat him on his age. But I think we've had a great conversation today. I did not talk about any of the stuff that I had planned. I ain't talked about nothing, right? If it wasn't for brother, oh man, where did he go? Oh, I forgot. That brought up the book. I wouldn't have mentioned that. So if y'all ain't got our book, I would appreciate you if you grab that. I supposed to have a link here somewhere. The team, don't tell the team, y'all. Just tell the team that I did a good job promoting the stuff that we got. There we go. All right, I got the book. All right, so if you don't got our book, please grab it, check it out. 50 Truths They Tried to Erase. We hit the Amazon bestseller list there for a minute. Good read, good book. I talked to Dad today. He approved. So he said, I like what you're doing. So I feel accomplished with that one. What else was I supposed to talk about? Oh man. Y'all got me so wrapped up. I got some goodness coming for y'all this Saturday. I'm trying to wind down, y'all, by the way. Y'all know we'll go. If you new here, we known to go some hours, right? Okay. But we got a great event coming up this Saturday. Hopefully y'all have a chance to attend. I forgot the time. I know we changed it at the last second. There we go. So we are collaborating with Sister Karina. She has an amazing cooking company, but her spices, her spice blends, and just everything is wonderful, right? So we're doing a Black History cooking experience. So she's going to be in her kitchen cooking live, y'all, like cooking, right? So I want to encourage you to come on out and engage with us on this. This is the soul of your food. We're going to talk history. We're going to talk food. She's going to talk to you about some of her recipes. And y'all know food is a very important part of the Black community in our engagement. I mean, literally, we're talking Sunday dinner. This is Sunday dinner. We're going to talk it on Saturday. So I want to encourage y'all to come on out. This is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with I Got You Seasonings. This is Sister Karina. She's really the chef. They got me here with this pizza, this chicken. I can eat the chicken, y'all. Y'all don't want me in that chef jacket trying to get behind here and do some cooking. But we're going to cook in some wonderful conversations Saturday, September 13th, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you can grab, it's all free, right? So we're going to be on Zoom. We're going to cook. We're going to talk some history. I got some interesting food facts and food history, not just about food, but we're talking the movement. We're talking science. We're talking innovation. We're talking inspiration. It's just going to be a beautiful conversation. It's a beautiful blend of organizations, a history company, a cooking company. So we're really going to explore the history of cooking and the impact that it's had on the movements. It'll blow you. This is going to blow your mind. So we're always looking for different ways to, one, entertain, and two, to educate. So hopefully you have some time to come on out and check us out. You can sign up for that. Of course, you can grab the replay. I know that is in the links. There's some subliminal hints in the background there. Yeah, a little fun, a little something different, Sister AJ, right? Everything doesn't have to be ominous. Oh, I'm not sharing that to my YouTube audience. But y'all gonna see the emails, you'll see the promotions coming out. But I appreciate y'all if y'all signed up and like let's get down, start running that down, and at least show the team that I promoted something that we're supposed to talk about here today, other than getting us all fired up about our voting, our engagement, but I think it's real important conversation. I was supposed to talk to y'all about the stolen identity event that we did last week. Hopefully, y'all caught that live event. It was
Fire.
fire. I love that. Thank you for that. Yeah. I thought it was a pretty good event. I love the engagement. Um, in fact, on my exit, I'm gonna play. Yeah. When we exit, I'm gonna play the 15 I got about 10, 15 minutes, and I'm gonna get ready for the next phase of my day. But I got a little bit I want to share with you. I want to get you fired up, right? I'm gonna share my piece that I did, at least my talk, my intro talk. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed that. If you didn't catch it, you can catch a little bit of that on the outro here tonight. What's the book by Kwame Ture? Veronica, it is Black Power, The Politics of Liberation. Yeah, let me drop that comment down there for you. Black Power, Politics of Liberation. So you Google that, you'll catch it. I think it's a great read. We should probably do a book study on that.
Yep.
Because I do really feel that we got to do something different, y'all. I don't know, man. This 60 years. I just, literally 2024 was 60 years of Black folks voting 95% Democrat. And that started in 64. And that was the year, with 60, you started really doing it overwhelmingly. But that was 64 was the year Malcolm X did the ballot of the bullet. So let me drop that one too, because I'm telling you, every election cycle, I drop this, the ballot or the bullet. And if you feel like, yeah, I kind of know that, if you feel like I kind of know that, you don't know it, you should watch it again. And you should probably just this is just my opinion. This is just Brother Freddie. And I want you to know that Brother Freddie ain't the one to be like, he know it's facts. I ain't, I don't know. This is what I believe, right? I believe that this brother was right 60 years ago, 61 years ago now, to be exact. I believe this brother was right. I believe he nailed it in this speech. And anybody that I believe, anyway, that anybody that disagrees with it doesn't actually know the speech and hasn't actually listened. Because if you did, you could not discern the difference between 60 years ago and yesterday. And he nailed it. I think he nailed it. I think he nailed it. And I've been listening to it every election cycle since Obama. Right. I think he nailed it, right? It's just a great conversation. But you got to be willing to get outside the realm of perhaps propaganda. And I just, let me drop this evil little tidbit. It's easy for us to identify propaganda inside of the Republican Party, particularly the MAGA movement. We're great at that. I don't know if y'all be watching us talk about it. We're like, oh my God, they're just brainwashing these people. And then we act like the Democratic Party ain't doing the same, including the news outlets. Just because you agree with something doesn't mean that they aren't manipulating you. That's exactly how the MAGA people feel. It's when you separate your feelings from the message and start to research information and challenge things that are given to you, that you start to put together your own conclusion. And then hopefully, well, not even hopefully, if you do that, you're going to put together the right one for you. It might not be what I would say, or it might not be what they would say, but you're going to put together the right one for you because you've actually thought about it, analyzed the information, researched it, challenged it, and then be like, no, I'm going to arrive here. Now, you might arrive at the same place, right? That they was pushing with the media. That's fine. I would guarantee that it wouldn't happen like that every time, right? But I think like that's the situation or the process that we need to go through. And that's the challenge, getting outside of the Democratic bubble. Again, I'm not telling you not to vote Democrat. I ain't telling you none of that because I don't think it matters. I think what matters is boots on the ground, not the song, right?
Yep.
Us in the
Yep.
classroom, us in the families, us on the block, us in the community, us mentoring, us building businesses, us hiring one another, us
Yep.
buying business, shopping with one another,
That's it.
us recirculating. We got to do, and then defending, right? Which is why I love, it's this group when I was in college, Dead Prayers. And they got a song, I forget the name of the song, but in the song, they literally say it was like 95, 96, 96, 97, something like that. It was like 31 years ago, I would have been a Panther, right? Like I remember that bar from it. It's like 31 years ago, I would have been a Panther, right? And like it resonates with me because I know if I was of that era and that movement, I would have been right there. Or at least I like to think, right? I like to think. We all we all think fondly of the past, right? But I like to think I would have been a Panther. Because I think them brothers and sisters were right. They they wasn't, if you think about it, they wasn't like, go out here and vote for this person or that person. They was like, get off your backside and get in this community and let's do this work that we all know we need to do. Your baby's hungry. Let's feed them. Sound like a great place to start, right? Your children are hungry. Let's feed them, right? So they started the free lunch program. And we talked about this a little bit last week because they were 20, Fred Hampton was 21 when they killed him. It's the youth that has the courage to make the difference. So we got to make sure that we're supporting them. Anyway, I appreciate y'all being here today. This has been an excellent Sunday dinner. Supposed to be winding us down. Yeah, I know, AJ. Like, I ain't got no sense, man. Listen, I'm about to get out of here. Thank you for getting me right. Enjoyed this Sunday dinner. I'm going to email you and post it in for me. Oh, I love it. Yeah, the devil ain't gonna win. I love that. I love that title. The devil ain't gonna win. Wilhelmina, that's a great way for us to wrap it up. I'm gonna play this video. I got about 15 minutes. I'm out though. When I play the video, I'm like end it. Nope, I ain't engaging afterwards because no. I'm gonna get my stuff here together. I'm gonna go to dinner and get me something to eat. But what a conversation, man. I just love it. Yeah, I love it. I'm gonna read the comments in a second. Let me stay out of that because y'all will get me fired up. I keep going. Good conversation. I appreciate all of y'all. Hopefully, y'all sign up for our seasoning event coming up this Saturday. You're going to see the emails coming out for it, but I appreciate you if you go ahead and sign up tonight. Just make me look good in front of my team, right? Give me a couple of sign-ups. The soul of your food, right? Black History Cooking Experience, where legacy meets flavor, a live experience, blending Black history and culinary genius. This Sister Karina is something special, y'all. Hopefully, if you notice anybody we bring in front of you, it's top tier. That's our aim, and they're pretty dope. So hopefully you enjoy it. But I'll catch y'all soon. I got this up here. Let me get my last plug. We're doing important work. This is the conversation that we have inside of Urban Intellectuals when I'm talking to my team. This was actually like a team slide because I do like a monthly CEO conversation, but I try to remind them that what we're doing, we're not just selling stuff on the internet. We're not just selling flashcards. We're not just talking Black history. We're doing important work. This is the work that changes our mentality. It changes our children. It changes our future. It changes our expectations. This is important work. And this is how I want my team to feel. But I want you to understand This is the work that you're doing. This is a duality. We're doing important work inside of the company because we're trying to impact you, but you're doing important work because you're the boots on the ground. You're the ones that engage your children, your grandchildren, the students in your community and the students in your classroom, the young people in your family, the young people under your mentorship, the young people in your community. You're doing important work. Don't let nobody ever tell you anything different. And as an organization, we want to support you. So I remind them we're doing important work because we support important people, and those people we support are you. So until next time, good people, love, peace, power to the people. Check out this video. I want to challenge you here for the next couple of minutes. Hopefully you enjoy. Appreciate y'all for being here. Peace and blessings, as they say. But I want to set the room and set the conversation to get your mind straight, right? Get your head straight, as they say, as we're rolling into this thing. And remember that the offers are going to go up. The VIP and the replay offers are going to go up after this first speaker. So it's coming up here in just a moment. But first, again, let me break things down a little bit here, right? Nobody's coming to save us. Nobody's coming to save us. Let me come off camera here 1 second. Maybe. Nobody's coming to save us. I don't know how long we've been waiting. I know we've been praying. I don't ever want you to stop. But ain't nobody coming to save us. Ain't nobody about to act right. Nobody's about to treat your children better. This society is not going to get any better. In fact, it looks like they're collapsing into more chaos. I can't promise it's going to get better. I don't know. All I know is what Dr. Clark said. If you're looking for a friend, you better look in the mirror. And if you don't see a friend in that mirror, then you're in trouble. But here's what I want you to walk away with today. We got it in us already. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We have always been capable, ready to step up, lay our lives on the line, and damn sure put the work in to ensure that our family and our community is doing better. Today's no different. But I need you to remember, ain't nobody coming to save us. Maybe we wish they would. Maybe some assistance would be nice. But look, depending on others to come and save us has never been a recipe, a luxury. It's never been a luxury that we have been able to afford. Would you agree with that? Give me a UI in the comments if you would agree with that. There's never been a luxury that's been afforded to us.
It turns out that there are two fundamental ways of looking at the world, and I think we picked the wrong one. If the risk of life...
It would be nice if the American educational system decided to be inclusive and started to teach our young people about their greatness of their history and their culture and pour it into them. It would be nice if the president decided, hey, you know what, maybe we shouldn't erase the past and whitewash everything. That would be nice. But what I want you to know about, let me slow down because I'm getting ahead of my presentation, but I get fired up. But I love this stuff, right? But nobody's coming to help us. They never have. They probably never will, right? But the thing I want you to take away today is our ancestors never waited. Enslaved Africans freed themselves from the revolts in Haiti that toppled Napoleon, to Nat Turner's rebellion, to Harriet Tubman's Underground Railroad. They didn't wait. They moved. They worked. They leaned in. And we talked to Sister Ida won because I was like, man, Ida B is on my presentation. Ida gotta win, right? She's gotta win. But we stand on the shoulders of these giants. This is why we have all the opportunity that we have in front of us. This is why you look out into the American landscape and you remember, oh my God, what excuses do I really have? No, my situation ain't perfect. No, I could use $100 million in order to, launch my family off into prosperity. But if we go back a couple of 100 years ago, remember the hell that your people have went through. And as bad as the life is, as challenging, let's put it that way, it's not bad. As challenging as life is for us here today, it's not what it was a couple of 100 years ago. But it's not what it was a couple of 100 years or even 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago, or even 40 years ago, because of the shoulders of the giants that we stand on. So we're here because of these giants. You know, Mary McLeod Bethune starting the schools with $1.50. Oh, I was about to be messy, y'all. Let me not be messy. I ain't gonna be messy today. We got a lot of new people on here. Y'all, I ain't gonna be messy. When y'all come to Sunday, I get messy on Sundays. But $1.50, right? Ida B. Wells challenging lynching with nothing but a pen. Marcus Garvey building the movement with millions across the globe. They survived hell and thrived. Think about all of those people and the time frames that they grew up on and the dangers that surrounded them. Like literal lynching surrounded them for speaking up. Billie Holiday singing about strange fruit. Just singing a song could have made her one of those swinging bodies from the willow trees. We don't have that type of pressure on us today. We don't have, most of us, right, don't have that type of pressure on us today, that type of fear that your house gonna be firebombed because you speak out against injustice. We stand on the shoulders of some people that have put their lives on the line for us to have opportunities. And the thing I want you to know about these people was they were young when they were engaging. They were young when they were putting their lives on the line when they started. Not all of them had gray hair, right? They fought long into their lives if they survived, if they weren't taken out like this brother here. Right? But respect demands responsibility, right? We didn't land on Plymouth Rock, as the brother says, right? That survival leaves us with an obligation. That's what I want you to understand. We have an obligation to the giants on these shoulders on which we stand. As Malcolm said, or El Haj Malik Shabazz, he changed his name, right? Said, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And still, our elders fought, taught, and built. Out of respect for them, we don't get to sit back. It's our time to work now. We don't get to relax. We don't get to just hang it up and coast. We need to continue to put in the work. So if we really love and honor these individuals like we say we do, then I don't just want you to put up a picture on your wall. I want you to take the lessons and gather the audacity that they built in themselves and continue the fight forward. If you are standing on the shoulders of these giants, it's your responsibility to become one so that the next generation can stand on yours. So our challenge, our quest, my challenge for us today is, will we rise to the occasion? And I want to continue talking about that and beating this point home. And I know Sister Gwen drives it home at the end here today, but we got work to do. And the time is now. We can't wait. Because you can't get it twisted, right? No politician has ever freed us. I don't want you to get distracted by the clown in office. And I want y'all to know, at first I put the picture up of this clown. And I was like, nah, Freddie, we're not going to make it about this individual. We're going to keep it focused about us, right? So that's why I chose the bridge to Selma, the walk. The people putting their lives on the line for us to have a better future. Could the civil rights movement done more? Could it have done this? Could it have? Hey, man, Monday morning quarterback is the easiest position in the world to play. But what I know is I wasn't there. Most of us, you and I weren't there. Most people didn't participate, but some individuals put their lives on the line to move the needle for us. When will we start to do the same? Right? Because we can't get it twisted, right? I said no politician has ever saved us. LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act only after the blood of Selma stained the bridge. Lincoln freed the enslaved African people only because they were already freeing themselves and the war had demanded it. Every gain came because people pushed, not because we was gifted anything. And it's that energy that I want you to remember today. We have to keep the fight going. No, there's no reason for us to let up. They have never let up on us, and they never will. When they bombed Tulsa, when they destroyed Rosewood, when they burned down the 50 plus black business districts across America, we rebuilt them. We had black banks, doctors, lawyers, newspapers, airlines, schools. They tried to erase them because we thrived. Every time we put something together, somehow they come together to tear it apart. But what I want you to remember is your people are resilient. Your people continue to thrive and fight in the face of immense danger, immense pushback and opportunity. This is who we are as a people. This is the identity of your forefathers. This is the identity of the elders. This is the identity that's been stolen because they're rewriting the narrative about who we have been. But this is the truth that we need to continue to instill in our young people. Why? Because they got to continue to fight. But this is our moment. This is our time. Just as the Panthers fed 20,000 children a day, just as Fannie Lou Hamer built Freedom Farms, just as Ella Baker organized the youth to lead, this is our generation's moment to carry the torch. This is our time. And what I want you to remember about these young people, all of them that I just named, particularly the Panthers, they was young. They was late teenagers. They was early 20s. Fred Hampton was killed and murdered at 21. They feeding 20,000 people a day, 20,000 children a day, the free lunch program that got co-opted and taken and moved into the schools program, right, into the federal program, because it was such a wonderful idea. But these were young people leading that charge. And that's why we having this conversation here today. I see somebody say they fed me. I love that. Our young people were leading that charge. This is why we made this stolen identity conversation centered around the young people, centered around your children, centered around your grandchildren, centered around your great-grandchildren. Because they are the ones that we got to support. They are the ones that was on the front lines, facing those water hoses, facing those dogs, facing that imminent danger. It's typically the youth that's out there about radical change. Our young people are brilliant, right? They build apps, they lead protests, they write poems, they create businesses before the age of 20, but brilliance needs guidance. They need you to step up. Just like Thurgood Marshall had Charles Houston, just like Martin Luther King had Benjamin Mays. They need guidance. They need you. They need support, right? They need to put the wind, they put the wind in my back. Yeah. We got to be that for the next generation. You got children, you got grandchildren, you got great-grandchildren, you got nieces, you got nephews, you got cousins, you got people and children in your community that don't have the support. You can be that for them. They need you, but they are the revolution. They are the future. Young people have always led. Did you hear that? Young people have always led the revolutions and the fights. Why? Because most of us get our share inside of white supremacy and we want to chill. Hey, don't rock the apple cart. You might make me drop a couple of my apples. Oh man, I'm gonna need these apples. But the young people coming up, they want more. They demand more. They demand respect. They want it. Think about all the movements that we love, honor, and cherish. The leaders look like this. You know that, young man. Remember, it was the youth at the front of the sit-ins. The 4 freshmen at North Carolina A&T sparked the movement at the lunch counters nationwide. Diane Nash was 22 years old when she led the Freedom Rides. John Lewis was 23 when he spoke at the March on Washington. The youth has always carried the movement. Always. So while we're demonizing them, while we're saying, oh man, the young people, I don't understand. Don't get it twisted. They are the revolutionaries. They are the ones that's going to lead us into the next phase of our existence. The question is, are we going to continue to put the wind at their back? Are we going to continue to feed their spirit? are we going to continue to educate them to understand who they are, their identity on this, not only planet, but on this, in this country, the work that they have always put in, the shoulders on which they stand? The question is, are you going to step up? Are you going to do your part? And I'm telling you, it's imperative, because the system is not only pushing back, it's pushing back like hell. Like all hell is breaking loose. But here's the key. Why are we targeting the youth, right? Because again, the biggest theft wasn't just our land or our wealth. It was our identity. If they can convince our children they came from nothing, they can strip them of their future. But if we give them the truth, we give them power. And that's what we're talking about here tonight. Remember, I opened it up with a thought for you to consider, right? The weaponization of history is not about the past, it's about.
Step into Wix Studio. Kick off projects in a workspace that's designed for your
the future. That's what we're here talking about today. This identity conversation is a critical one because they're using the media, they're using books, they're using cartoons, they're using music, they're doing all of these things intentionally to rob them of their identity, to strip them of their power, to lie to them to that they're less than, and they just better go along to get along. But our people come from an enormously successful people. We have always been this way. We have always led our futures. We have always controlled our communities. And this is no different moment. In fact, it's the moment, this is our chance. This is our opportunity. So I want you to leave here today with less feelings of demoralization about the youth and the young people and more of admiration, because now they have the tenacity, they have the vision, they have the understanding, and they got the tools, y'all. We demonize this world and the technology and all of those things, but boy, I don't care what you say. You wish 40 years ago you was growing up with the access that they got at their fingertips. The only thing that's missing is the intellect and the experience. But here's what happens when we merge the elders, you, with the youth. An explosion of opportunity. So I want you to enjoy today. I want you to lean in. I want you to learn a lot. I want you to be inspired. I want you to be empowered. I want you to be challenged to do your part. That's my hope for you today. I think we got a pretty good response and answer to this and movement for our community. So I'm going to make an offer for you in a little bit, but I want you to enjoy the conversation, to come on. I want you to enjoy the conversation and be inspired and motivated, but I want you to join us in the movement. I don't want you to learn for the learning's sake. I want you to learn for the sake of putting action and to put a battery not only in your back, but in the young people's back of those in your family and in your community. If y'all okay with that, give me a UI in the comments. Give me a yes. Give me a yes. Is that a yes or a yes, right? You with me? Yes or yes, right? Yes or UI, right? There we go. All right, we in there, right? I got my yeses coming through, right? But the identity has been stolen, right? That's why we're having this conversation. And I mentioned it a little bit prematurely, right? The weaponization of history is not about the past, it's about the future. That's the conversation. That's the thought process that I want you to matriculate through your mind as we go through the day here. But I want to keep pushing the conversation. As much as I enjoy lecturing and inspiring and trying to talk to our community, I got some heavy hitters for y'all here today. And I want to sit back and allow them to shine and give them the opportunity. First up is going to be my man, Jamal Valere. So we're going to have a wonderful discussion again around mindset, neuroscience, and leadership development. Yeah, give me a ready. I like that. Give me ready in the comments as I take me a quick sip. Give me ready in the comments if you're ready for the good brother, Jamal Valere. We're going to dive in, but I want you to remember the replay of this particular speaker. And it goes up because I...
Urban intellectual. Urban intellectuals, yeah. Check. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. Yo, you got the power in the palm of your hands. I mean, literally, 52 flashcards, all about black history. They focus on success and less about misery. Information is the missing piece. Are you familiar with Black Wall Street or the Haitian Revolution? How about Angela Davis or Huey Newton? Mark Dean helped create IBM. Richard Wright was a poet. Have you ever heard of him? Get familiar with your culture. Women like Evelyn Granville probably paid the way for Oprah. Trying to be fly like Miss Bessie Coleman or like James Baldwin. I could be a spokesman. Man, the power of the black fist. What you know about the '68 Olympics? Dick Gregory, yeah, he kept it realer than most. Dr. King was instilling the hope. Let's keep it going.
Open your eyes.